Mic test 1 2 1 2. So far, so good? Yep. All right, OBS people, you got a bug. You need to fix it. I don't know the difference between a bug and a glitch and whatever else, but you got something going on, OBS. Fix your shit.
Like in 6 months from now, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to be better 6 months from now than it is 3 months from now. But I think around 18 months out, we're going to look back and go like, wow.
What? What is that going on?
It's nuts.
Wait a second. Hold on for a second. Emma, welcome to the program.
Hey.
Matt.
What is up, everyone?
Nomi Key.
You did it. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Bradley, you want to say hello?
All right, chat. I'm just fixing stuff in the background while I get ready for everyone to come back in here.
For a second. Now let me finish.
Where is this coming from, dude?
But dude, you want to smoke this 7-8?
Yes.
Hi, me? Is this?
Yes.
Is this me?
Is this me?
Is this me? Hello? Is this me?
I think it is you. Who is you? No sound. Every single freaking day. What's on your mind?
Sports.
We can discuss free markets and we can discuss capitalism.
I'm gonna go throw up.
Libertarians.
They're so stupid, though.
Common sense says, of course.
Gobbledygook.
We fucking nailed him.
So what's 79 plus 21?
Challenge met.
I'm positively quivering. I believe 96, I want to say.
857-210-35.
35.
501. 1/2. 3/8.
9/11, for instance.
$3,400, $1,900.
6, 5, 4, 3 trillion.
We fixed it.
It's a zero-sum game.
We fixed it.
But let me say this.
Poop. You can call it satire. Sam goes to satire.
On top of it all,
Yeah.
my favorite part about you is just like every day, all day, like
Yeah.
everything you do.
Without a doubt.
No simping. No simping, chat.
All right, folks.
And no stealing the background either.
The week being weeded out, obviously.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out. I don't know.
But you should know.
People just don't like to entertain ideas anymore.
I have a question. Who cares?
I think we're good. All right. All right, chat.
Gotta jump. Gotta be quick. I gotta jump.
I'm losing it, bro.
Let's start that poll.
We're already late. And the guy.
Bonus content.
So screw him.
Question.
Sent to a gulag?
Outrageous.
Like, what is wrong with you?
Who's gonna send Sam to a gulag? I really want to know who had
Bye-bye.
like I'm sure there's some people out there that want Hasan sent to a gulag. Here, I'm gonna put on Bernie Sanders for a second, and then we'll get to the Hasan unban right after that. I've just got a few more things I got to set up, like the bonus poll, and then
Is through the concept of the big lie, and boy, did we hear that.
we heard it loud and clear.
You
Yes.
say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then, rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going
There we
out to
go.
people who earn
Jink is hosting with Dr. Phil? Oh no.
70 million Americans. Nobody who was 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks. And on the lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interests to do so.
Is this live? Can I comment? I believe so. Oh, let me get...
State of the Union speech tonight. But if you listen closely, that speech had very little to say about the State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially for working families. Trump spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that.
Yeah, for real.
And he almost
That's what I was saying.
The issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive in these very tough times. And I will tell you exactly why Trump had very little to say about the real crises facing the working class of this country. Think back 6 weeks ago when Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president, just 6 weeks ago. Standing right behind him were the three wealthiest men in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And standing behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. Many of these same billionaires, including Musk,
kind of giving you that right now, Ophelia.
Capitol tonight, listening to that speech.
Kind of giving you very, very few comments.
It is there for all to see. The Trump administration is not hiding it. The Trump administration is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Notwithstanding some of their rhetoric, this is a government that could care less about ordinary Americans and the working families of our country. My friends, we are no longer moving toward oligarchy. We are living in an oligarchy.
I feel like oligarchy is an understatement, Bernie.
Let's take a moment and try to escape from Trump's parallel universe, the universe that you heard tonight. And let's do something really, really radical.
What's he going to do?
Take a hard look at the problems that Americans are facing. Today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know something about that reality.
I mean, good point, Ophelia, but I think it's directionally true. It's directionally accurate.
How they're going to pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for a doctor's visit when they get sick. They worry about what happens when their car breaks down and they can't afford the $1,000 it costs to get it fixed. And what happens when they can't get to work because they don't have a car. They worry about how they can afford to buy healthy food for their kids when the price of food is off the charts. Funny? I heard Trump speaking for 90 minutes tonight. I didn't hear one word from him about the economic reality facing 60% of our people, or the enormous stress that they are living under. 90-minute speech, not one word about the economic reality facing American workers. But that's not all. Today in America, everyone knows that our healthcare system is broken. It is dysfunctional, and it is outrageously expensive. We remain the only wealthy nation on earth not to guarantee health care for all. Mr. President, you really want to make America great again? Then make sure that every American, regardless of income, can go to a doctor or a hospital.
Look, Billy D is actually watching this right now.
They're going to
Philip DeFranco is watching this.
President Trump, health care is a human right. I didn't hear one word from you, not one word. Over 90-minute speech, not one word from you about the health care crisis.
Because he's going to kill 80 million Americans. He's going to kill 80 million Americans' health care.
Why we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, sometimes 10 times more than the people in other countries. And why 1 out of 4 Americans are unable to afford the prescriptions their doctors prescribe. Not one word about the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. Mr. President, we have nearly 800,000 Americans who are homeless. Over 20 million of our people spend more than half of their limited income on housing. We have a major housing crisis in America. Everyone knows it, apparently, except you. Because in your speech tonight, I didn't hear you mention the housing crisis. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. 3 richest people in America, the folks Trump invited to stand behind him at his inauguration, now own more wealth than the bottom half of our society, 170 million Americans. Did anyone out there hear one word from the President of the United States on that enormously important issue, which gets to the very fabric of our society? So few owning so much, while so many people suffer. And here's something else the President forgot to discuss. Not only is our life expectancy 4 years lower than other wealthy countries, the bottom 50% in this country, the working class of America, on average, live 7 years shorter lives.
Hey, you want to talk about make America healthy again? Talk about that.
In other words, being poor or working class in this country today is a death sentence. Did you hear any discussion tonight as to why so many of our people are living shorter lives than they should? During his speech tonight, Trump did not have one word to say about how we are going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years, as most Americans know, have been the warmest ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters have been taking place all over the world, from California to India, across Europe to North Carolina. And yet, not surprisingly, Trump had nothing to say about climate change except, I guess, drill, baby, drill. Well, that's going to help a whole lot.
Well, now he's got dig, baby, dig, because you got to get those raw earth minerals, chat. You got to get the raw earth.
And let's be clear. Not only did Trump fail to talk about some of the most important issues.
Do you ever think, chat, about, like, what's wrong with the earth? You know, the anthropomorphic, I'm saying it wrong. Anthropogenic, there's the right word. Climate change that's going on. And wonder if there's not a malady reflected in the human species, if what we've done to the planet isn't somehow impacting our own mentality, or maybe it's just the moral complicity with going along with the robber barons of the world that are pulling the wool over our eyes. But they don't have to pull very hard. It's easy to see what's going on. You have to fucking lie to yourself to to tell yourself that what's happening to the planet isn't a big deal.
Is facing the working class of America, but the solutions, in quote, he proposed would only make a bad situation even worse. Yep, I did hear Trump talk tonight about some tax breaks for working families in terms of not taxing tips, not taxing Social Security, and not taxing overtime. Fine. But that is chump change compared to the benefits he's going to give to the 1%. And it doesn't tell the whole story about his tax policies. According to a recent study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, if all of Trump's so-called America First policies are enacted, including his tariffs, which he spoke a lot about tonight, the bottom 95% of Americans will see their taxes go up, while the richest 5% in our country will see their taxes go down, way down. Tonight,
somebody say they posted something in memes
to pass his big, beautiful budget. You know what's really in it? This budget would cut Medicaid by $800.
All right, I'm gonna play
A lie. A lie.
Yeah, look at that. I should put that on the soundboard.
A lie.
A lie.
A lie.
A lie.
$80 billion. Oh, I guess Trump forgot to talk about that. $880 billion cut in Medicaid. According to one estimate, it means that up to 36 million Americans, including millions of children, would be thrown off the health insurance they have. Hey, a 90-minute speech tonight, not one word about
Izzy
throwing millions of...
super chatted $5. Economists have already stated by the end of March we should feel the hikes on prices on everything since the tariffs came into effect.
Yep.
We cooked.
We cooked. We cooked. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like a lot. I mean, it shows you, who Trump cares about and who he doesn't. You know who's going to be fine? Maybe even benefit financially from these tariffs? Millionaires and billionaires. Rich people are going to be fine. If you're doing fine on money, a little bit more for groceries doesn't really affect you that much. But for every one of the millions of Americans who are living one paycheck from being thrown out on their ass, one emergency from losing everything, it's gonna make a world of difference. And Trump is going to have to taste our rage.
Of kids off of the health insurance they have. When you cut Medicaid drastically, it means that nursing homes that receive 2/3 of their funding from Medicaid will either have to shut down, lay off workers, or significantly scale back the services they provide seniors. Gee, I didn't hear that from Trump tonight either. It would be a devastating blow, these cuts to Medicaid, for the 32 million Americans who get their health care at community health centers. And it's not just Medicaid that Trump's budget would cut. It would also cut nutrition assistance by at least $230 billion. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. And can you imagine the billionaire class, people who can support their families? Some of these guys have tens of billions of dollars. Support their families for the next 10 generations, 50 generations. People who live in incredible opulence. People who own their own jet planes, they own their own private islands, they own their own spaceships, trying to get tax breaks by taking food out of...
Yeah, Trump didn't talk about Medicaid tonight. He talked about Mars.
The mouths of low-income kids. That truly is disgusting. What we are seeing is the Robin Hood principle in reverse. Taking from the poor.
This is such a fucking omega boomer. And Bernie literally is an omega boomer. He is so old, he's not a boomer. He's from the generation before the boomers. But, this is... I don't think I've ever seen... I've heard this statement a million times by a million, old-ass politicians. I don't think it's ever fit any better than it does tonight. Robin Hood in reverse. Dude is right. Grandpa is cooking.
And giving to the rich and the very, very rich. And here is something else Trump has been doing. For the past several weeks, he and his good friend Elon Musk, who was up there in the audience tonight, have been throwing hundreds of thousands of federal employees off their jobs. Now, I know some of you are saying, well, that's too bad, but that's the federal government, not me, it's not me, it's just those guys who work for the federal government. But I want you to think about this. Think about it for a moment. If Musk and his friends can arbitrarily throw federal workers out on the street today, what do you think that Musk and his fellow billionaires will be doing tomorrow when artificial intelligence...
Oh my God, Bernie, I was thinking the same thing, bro. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah, automation. I mean, look, we don't even have to wait. Do you want to know why Musk is doing this shit? It is, one, symbolic, theater, right? Performing some kind of fight against the deep state. Two, he doesn't like that the government, although it doesn't pay its workers as much as they would make in the free market, it takes care of them. And it provides jobs with great benefits that then sort of have ramifications in the job market outside of the... Oh, this is the same thing without the piano. Yeah. So basically, they when they throw a bunch of people out of their jobs, they're increasing the supply of workers, which is going to what? Decrease the price of workers. You know what the price of workers, Chad, is? It's your paycheck. That's the price of workers. That's the variable in Marx's equation for any of you nerds out there. I know you're out there. Variable capital as opposed to constant capital. It's you. It's your paycheck. And they can make it lower with fucking tricks like this. Right? They throw enough people out of their jobs. They then go into the job market, and now the employer can pay you less because your labor is in greater supply. Same thing with keeping seniors working past their retirement age. If seniors are out there in the job market, then yes, the price of your labor goes down. It's those two. Yeah, basically, I feel like there was a third thing I was thinking of, but it's not coming to mind, so I'm just going to skip it, chat. Unlike Rick Perry, I'm not going to get hung up on that. Trump basically promised they swashed a car in every garage. He did weren't they going to do a bunch of swastikars for the some kind of weird federal police force or federal like immigration team, or I can't remember, but people are cheering on the federal worker layoffs are so astoundingly stupid. Yeah, it's hurting them. It's hurting them. It doesn't stay like it may start with the federal workers. It doesn't stay with the federal workers. And the reason that he's doing that is to reduce the price of your labor. Same reason that he wants H-1B visa holders in here, because he knows that if he's got somebody in a situation where they're like, oh my God, thank you. Thanks to you, I got a job. I can stay over here in the country. And if you fire me, it's going to be really hard to stay in the country. That worker is going to be like, yes, Mr. Musk, I'll accept 60,000, even though I know I know I can get I should be able to get 100,000. I'm just grateful to have that visa, right? Every single one of his moves is calculated towards giving less power to the workers and more power to the bosses. And this AI that they are working on seems to be primarily to replace more and more workers. I mean, the other things that it's going to be used for aren't great either. It's going to be, it's been used in Gaza to kill people. Deciding who to bomb where with AI. That's been done. And so while I'm not against or for any technology, I think the way that it's implemented is hugely important. And with the people that we've got in charge of the AI stuff, it's gross. I'm kind of fucking happy that China cooked them with DeepSeek. I'm kind of happy. I'm kind of like I'm no fan of any of these governments, right? But fuck Musk. Fuck all the tech bros.
Explode in this country. Do you think they'll give a damn about you?
Is that why they want more babies? Oh my God, Dave, I should have figured that out. I should have figured that out.
And your families?
Thank you.
No, they will treat you exactly the way they're treating federal employees today. You will be out on the street as well. But it is not only absurd domestic policies that we've got to fight. For the first time in our 250-year history, we have a president who is turning his back on democracy and allying us with authoritarianism. No, we must not abandon the people of Ukraine who were invaded by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. We must always stand for democracy, not dictatorship. Let me be very clear. Regardless of where Trump is taking this country, here's what I think and what I believe the American people want us to do. They want us to end a corrupt campaign finance system. Well, golly gee, I didn't hear
Edolf? I haven't heard that one yet.
Mr. Trump talk about that tonight. A corrupt campaign finance system which allows a handful of billionaires to buy elections. It is beyond crazy that someone like Elon Musk can contribute over $270 million to help get Trump elected, and then
he bought a president.
He gets to run the government. It is absurd that any member of Congress who stands up to Netanyahu's brutal war in Gaza can expect to be opposed by millions of dollars in campaign contributions coming from AIPAC. The American people want us to end this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move to the public funding of elections. Democracy is supposed to be...
Sisyphean, you have identified correctly the stakes. These are the stakes. The odds are against us. But if I had a really powerful AI, it would probably tell me that as bad as our odds are, as infinitesimal as our odds are, there still is a chance. There still are more of us than there are of them. And that's a power that they can't touch. But it takes consciousness. It takes class consciousness. It takes organization. It takes mobilization. And it takes catalyzation. We catalyze the revolution with each other. You are that catalyst. And that small chance of a hope that we have is counting on that catalyst.
About one person, one vote, not billionaires buying the political candidates of their choice. And further...
Oh, thank you, BCAT K. Yeah, we hit 14K, BCAT is pointing out.
No, we should not be giving
tax
breaks to billionaires. That's not what we should be doing. We must demand that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. We must raise the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour to a living wage of at least $17 an hour. We must make it easier for workers to join trade unions, grow the union movement, and prevent corporations from violating labor laws with impunity by passing the PRO Act, legislation that I will be introducing tomorrow. No, we are not going to cut Social Security. Quite the contrary. We must expand Social Security.
Raise the cap.
And extend its...
Raise the cap.
For the next 75 years by scrapping the cap that allows...
Yes! I'm so sorry.
The same amount into
yeah, that was too loud.
As a truck driver. Too many.
That was too loud.
Many of our seniors are hurting today for us to be talking.
I'm sorry, I just get excited when I think about raising the cap on Social Security. It's something.
Percent seniors in this country.
Something within me.
$15,000 a year or less. Further, instead of making massive cuts to Medicaid, we must join every other major country.
And Chet, if you're having trouble hanging in there, I don't blame you. I am too. Okay, I totally relate to that. But just understand that you don't have to focus on the fears that we all know we face. I mean, there's no denying those, right? But there's also the possibility of focusing on your hopes, of focusing on the kind of world that you want to bring into focus, the kind of world that you want to see. And it's really hard, especially for me. And I think that's what we got to do. We're going to have any chance of beating these bastards. We're going to need to do so with some hope. And that's what they don't want you to have. That's part of what the Trump administration and his rhetoric is designed to extinguish in you. Don't let him do it. If just to fucking piss these fuckers off, if just to piss these off, entertain a little bit of hope in your heart. I know it's hard. I know it seems unrealistic. I'm not trying to give you toxic positivity, okay? I'm not trying to give you some kind of, anesthetic to dull the pain. I really believe that our best chance and our most functional state, and it's when we got a little bit of hope in our hearts. Yeah, Izzy, that's Japan is really cool. I always thought Japan is where the cyber future really is. It feels of any country. Well, I'm thinking of Tokyo, aren't I? I mean, it's not like all of Japan, but right. Like the country that has the most cyberpunk right now, probably Japan.
Healthcare to all of our people through a Medicare for all single-payer program. We must also take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry, get them to charge us what they charge other countries, reducing prescription drug prices.
All that smoke that Trump has got for other countries about trade, where is it when it comes to the pharmaceuticals fucking us over while other countries get the same drugs for way less money?
By 50%. And at a time of a terrible housing crisis in Vermont and in every area of our country, we must build at least 4 million units of low-income and affordable housing, stop corporate landlords from jacking up rent prices, and establish a cap on rent. In a competitive global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world. All of our young people must have the ability to get a higher education by making public colleges, trade schools, and universities tuition-free and canceling student debt.
Oh, fucking yeah.
Yes, we can create millions of good-paying jobs by combating climate change and moving our energy system away from fossil fuels and into sustainable energy.
I wonder if there was there Republicans at the time that called the New Deal the new scam? It kind of feels like that's something that they would have done.
I heard a lot of talk about...
it's such an easy talking point, right? Green New Scam?
Freedom tonight from Mr. Trump. Well, in a free society, we must absolutely guarantee that it is the women...
We need more than a new deal. We need a new social contract.
...of America who control their own bodies, not the local, state, or federal governments. Now, I know, because I've heard from many of you, that there are a lot of people out there who are feeling angry and frustrated at what's going on here in Washington,
and scared.
D.C. And some of you may feel a bit hopeless. So let me say this. At this particular moment in history, despair is not an option. Giving up is not acceptable. And none of us have the privilege of hiding under the covers. The stakes are just too high. Let us never forget, real change only occurs when ordinary people...
I mean, I can't even, at the end of the day, I can't even hide in another country, right? For my particular situation, I need to be outside of the country, but what's wrong with America is wrong with the world, and it won't stay in America. And there really is no option but to fight.
Stand up by the millions against oppression.
The radiation in Japan is from Tetsuyo, not any nuclear Tetsuyo? Wait, Tetsuo. Oh, yeah.
And injustice. And fight back. That is the history of the founding of our nation, when brave men and women took on the mighty.
Fachi, if you're saying that the New Deal is kind of old-fashioned and there might be a better, there might be a better name that's like less 1940.
Invincible British Empire. It is the history of the abolitionist movement, the history of the labor movement, the history of the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement, and the gay rights movement. Yes, I know. The oligarchs are enormously powerful. I deal with them every day. I know that. Yes, they have endless amounts of money. Yes, they control our economy, and they own much of the media. They have...
yeah, Dwight, I think that chatter was talking about Akira.
Enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that they can be beaten. If we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our religion, or the language we speak, or our sexual orientation. If we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few, there is nothing in the world that can stop us. We can win. We will win. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie. All right, so this is not how I normally start the show, but tonight's weird. Tonight's different. I don't know. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We're alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Bernie is the one that got away for America. I mean, he does represent a much better timeline, if that's what you mean. But you know, obviously he's not perfect. Anyway, chat, we gotta cover some stuff tonight. In addition to Trump's marathon speech, I thought I was gonna get Alzheimer's or what you know what I mean, from the length of the speech. Like I felt like I was sundowning. Like it was rough. It was really rough. That is the longest State of the Union ever. I wonder if because he kind of timed it perfectly, like to beat out Clinton's record. I didn't know that Clinton had done that. Bill Clinton, you're an asshole. Okay, I gotta say, I appreciate Richard Nixon for one thing, and one thing only, and that is that he knew how to keep a speech short. But Donald Trump, he was flexing. He was flexing by going on that long. I bet he put a lot of MAGAs to sleep with that. But anyway, yeah, Hasan is unbanned. Yay. One day, and he's back. So either they changed their mind about it again, or I don't know. Intro with the echo would have been amazing. Would it have been amazing? You might be right, Simone. But it was really bothering me. It was like, you know, it's one thing to be interrupted by, like, I don't know, President Sunday and Tyler. But it's a different thing to be interrupted by yourself. Constantly interrupted by myself. Bernie looks like he's crying. I mean, he is definitely up pretty late. Maybe he's tired. But yeah, chat, we gotta take a look at the Hasan situation. We're gonna take a look at the Sam Seder situation. I feel like maybe is there others? I feel like there's other stuff, chat. I feel like there's other stuff. It is Newsday Tuesday, so we're gonna try to stay kind of newsworthy. Although there's some things that I just can't miss showing you. Like I've always got to mention my Patreons, because my Patreons, I wouldn't be able to do it without you. I appreciate you so much for supporting me on Patreon at whatever level you do. You get the videos first before anyone else. Videos that I am having such a hard time right now pumping out. But Amaranth, yes, we should cover Amaranth. So like I said, everybody gets the videos early on Patreon. People at the $5 and higher level, you also get a shout out. So let me do the shout outs out now. Shouts out to Orel Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Magoggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Patreons. No, I realized that was going to be cheesy. Sam gave Jillian the boom boom. Are there two separate videos? One about Jillian Michaels specifically, and the other one about Benny Johnson? I hate doing this, chat. I'm actually gonna have to unban. Okay, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Hasanabi Productions.
This is fine.
Oh shit. The other thing that I'm forgetting about is the dono goal. It's at 40% already, chat. Already we're at 40%. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream tonight, then we will get some bonus content. Some bonus content will be coming your way. What bonus content? Well, right now it's looking like No Other Land. The Hasan interview with the cast, or not the cast, but the people behind No Other Land. It's kind of tied, actually. Hasan and Ethan are tied. Interesting. And, well, no, now it's more Ethan. Now it's more... Oh, my God, chat. It's going back and forth. 70 of you have voted so far. If you haven't voted yet, make sure to do it. If you're over on Twitch, feel free to sneak over here. Place a vote on youtube.com. Leave a like, because that helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it so much. And then sneak back to Twitch, and no one will be the wiser. No one will be the wiser, but you'll get to have your voice heard. and we'll decide what content that we get to watch. The other way you could affect that poll is that when you donate, whether you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, if you're supporting me on Throne or signing up for my Patreon, or if you're supporting me over, I point over here like Twitch is this way. For me, Twitch is this way. I get that you're not seeing my chat screen, but whatever. If you're supporting me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly, because there's a whole bunch of people that have done their best to make it so that small political streamers such as myself cannot get monetized. We do not get paid if it's not for support for viewers like you. So thank you to everybody who subs to me or gives me bits over on Twitch. I greatly appreciate it. And you know who doesn't appreciate it? That would be Dan Saltman. That would be Destiny. That would be Ethan Klein. All the people trying to get Hasan banned. Anyway, he's unbanned after one day. Let's give him his victory lap, and we'll see if we can get some bonus content in the time. In the meantime, the other thing that's going on, chat, I always forget to mention, is that I've got a goal. That if you want me to, I've got a trampoline right here. Pull it up. Pull up on the trampoline. All right, I got a trampoline right there, and if we hit that, if we hit the super chat goal and get 9 more teal super chats, then I will get on that trampoline and I will do the rest of the stream on a trampoline. You'll give me a little workout, and potentially a long workout if it happens. Like the sooner it happens, basically, the longer I'm on the trampoline. So if you want to see me put my calves to the test, that is anyone in chat, like, I feel like some people like calves, right? Calves are a thing. You never hear about calves though. I'm sure some people really like calves. Anyone in chat want to admit that they are like a fan of calves? Not much, but times are rough, Simone. I appreciate you. And I also appreciate that times are rough. I totally hear that, but thank you so much. Anyway, let's get on with this Hasan tint here. We'll also take a look at Sam Seder and what he said to Benny. Or we got Jillian Michaels, but maybe this clip has Benny Johnson in it too, because they were on the same. So if you don't know, chat, if you weren't here the other day, and you could check this on my backlog in the live streams playlist if you ever want to catch up with something, right? I covered Sam Seder going on Piers Morgan to argue with the likes of
Sanchi super chatted $5. Another dono, and Crotchy can have my dono votes.
Crotchy gets to decide.
The community.
Crotchy gets to decide. Crotchy, how does that feel to get to decide? Crotchy has decided Professor Dave versus Sabine. Okay. That gets us up to 46. And like, how much are we adding to? Okay, 10 to Sabine, Professor Dave and Sabine. I'm kind of curious what that's all about, because they've been beefing for a little while there. They have been beefing for a little while. Crotchy's decision is Professor Dave. Professor Dave it is, and Hasan it is. Hasan, he's been unbanned. Let's see what he has to say. I'm sorry for edging you for way too long today. I mean, the legs and calves are a part of that, so yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm not saying I'm into calves. I'm just saying that I can understand if somebody else is, right? Because my calves are so goddamn sexy that how could you not be? Honestly.
Fox News. This is on Fox News. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take the ban, baby. I'll eat it. Whew. On Fox News. Hold on. There it is. That's.
You know what this is about, chat? It's about being politically neutral by putting on the MAGA cap. You get to say everything if you put on the MAGA cap. It's magical. It protects you.
Right.
Right, Awesome Opossum. Hank Pecker is apolitical. That's right. Apolitical Hank.
Worry, okay? This is a new dawn, a new day, okay? This is a new dawn, a new day, an apolitical day, ladies and gentlemen. You already know. You already know what it is. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh no. We can't do this. We can't do this.
Political now, which means transgender time, okay? That's right. Is the transgender? No. And that's only because we just haven't been violent enough. Okay, we have not been violent enough. That's the reason. As the Republican Party, okay, we need to do more deportations, which are inherently violent. But of course, when you talk about it from the perspective of the state, it's not considered violent. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours. 24 hours of
To go, I want to be sedated. I'm sorry, that's the first thing. Whenever any 24 hours,
not being
it makes me think of that song.
on camera. 24 hour. Well, that's not even true. I actually was on camera. I did a YouTube video, a sit down YouTube video, like a standalone YouTube video. And god damn, you guys love that. Oh my God. Is that like 800,000 views, bro? Is my highest. It's about to.
Okay, that's kind of wild. If you don't know his videos, what do they usually get? Like 100,000, 200,000? We're talking about the video. So, like, I mean, Hasan obviously streams on Twitch. He puts out like his best stuff, I think, the stuff that he and Ostenok think, and Comrade Lamb think is the best. They put it on the Hasanabi channel, and it generally gets what, 100,000, 200,000, maybe 300,000 if it's a big video. But there's like a limit. There's a limit, and he just busted through that limit by uploading the video that we saw yesterday. That was Hasan. It's called I've Been Canceled. And it was Hasan talking about the ban that came from the statement about Rick Scott and how he wanted, and he basically made it a vehicle to talk to people about Rick Scott. Because I bet a bunch of people did not know that Rick Scott had engaged in such brazen Medicare and Medicaid fraud until they saw that video.
Be my highest performing YouTube video, like why I got banned. Like I did the Asmongold and said I got canceled. I did the I got canceled meta. Okay, 13 hours, 800,000 views. What the hell's going on? Y'all don't care about nothing. You just want drama. Y'all, I don't know if it's because this was like a high profile case, considering that I was banned and everyone was celebrating and stuff, or if it's because it was also partially clickbait. Is it because it's also a sit down video, and is it because it came off the heel?
He's gonna go over that Manic Mermaid. Yeah, there's a spike in Google searches for Rick Scott. Now it's not the biggest spike that there's been, because for some reason he got talked about in November, but it is, like there's a spike, and it's probably from Hasan, having that clip go viral when he got banned.
Of me like playing basketball and not being live on Sunday, and then subsequently getting banned on Monday. I don't know, or maybe a combination of all of this. But when it's not a rerun, turns out we got a lot of people invested in the no rerun videos. Philip DeFranco talked about it. I didn't appreciate his coverage. Some were referring to the video as an apology. She was weird. I mean,
Donde es Kaya?
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me also say this.
Kaya va a votar for Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay?
Wait, I should have said it in the past tense, shouldn't I?
Let me also say this. I didn't use the best choice of words. I think fair is fair. I think eating that ban is valid. Would it have happened under normal circumstances? Do people say a bunch of infinitely more unhinged things on a regular basis in terms of like entire populations being desecrated, destroyed, neo-Nazi sentiment, things of that nature? Absolutely. They do that all the time. But come on, fair is fair. Like you can't. No, it's not even I should have used the in a Minecraft defense. Like,
was Elon the first person to say to be like it was a long time ago? It was a long time ago. It's okay. He doesn't do that anymore.
I didn't. It's very obvious.
Kaya is anti-Trump. Oh. I thought maybe Kaya was being apolitical too.
It's very, very obvious what I was saying, which was not to...
they tried to take down... Oh, I see. They tried to take down Hasan, and accidentally Streisand affected Rick Scott.
Do a call for action to assassinate a sitting U.S. senator, but instead to, talk about the hypocrisy of the matter. But using the embellished language that I use all the time, being hyperbolic, and, people, they got me. As fair is fair. Game recognized game. Okay. Why is he wearing that hat, chat? What? I mean, because I'm apolitical. Yeah, I'm a longtime community member. I didn't bat an eye when you said it because I knew it was a Hasanism, typical hyperbole. You didn't mean literally kill. You were just using it as a placeholder, like nuke, for example. Yeah, I can see how it could be dangerous to say that. Yeah, like any other word instead of kill in that moment as a substitute, and it's fine. No drama.
Yeah, like I said, it's not a smart thing to say ever, and I wouldn't have said it, but it's really obvious that he didn't mean it as a call to action. It wouldn't have been taken as a call to action. If it was a call to action at all, it would be a call to Republicans who are not going to listen to what Hasan Piker says, MAGA hat or no MAGA hat, right? So anybody who's acting like this is a serious thing, a threat, a call to action, is full of shit. Is full of so much shit.
Nothing like that.
Even Fox News seemed to, well, like, what did Fox News say? They said he told Republicans to do that. So they were acting like, well, I guess it's a call to action for Republicans. I mean, that is literally what he said, but yeah, it's obvious that he's joking.
Like, that's it. Everybody, and virtually everyone that saw the clip, I think, that wasn't like instantly on the fuck Hasan tip, most likely was like, yeah, I get what he was saying. Got to dial it down. No, yeah, but to be fair, fair recognized fair, game recognized game. I got got. That's it. And if you are a leftist content creator, especially one as prominent as I am, especially one with a variety of different haters from all different backgrounds, all different political ideologies, I have to be more careful. That's true. But it is what it is.
Conservatives do listen to Eric Adams has proven. For a second, I thought you were going to tell me that Eric Adams was a TYT fan, but then I remembered.
It happens. It is pretty funny. Everyone was like fantasizing about how much, how much I got owned or whatever. Like they were like, "Oh, he's so sad." I was like, "No, man, I just spent the whole day playing Kingdom Come." I mean, it was boring. I shot this video.
Is that
the sit down video? I urge you guys.
Is that the game where you're a gay king or something? Conservatives do listen to.
Guys to go watch it because I once again used the drama opportunity when I was in the center of the drama this time to make it as educational as possible. You will probably quickly recognize if you watch my cancellation video.
Yeah, where is Kaya?
That it's not actually about my cancellation at all. It's actually about Rick Scott, who is, make no mistake, responsible for award-winning, record-breaking Medicare fraud. This is a fact that people should not forget.
Rick Scott.
This is the major point of contention. This
He's so
was
gross.
My point. Initially, this was what I was talking about. But hey,
I want to play a gay. No, it's Kingdom. You talk to a lot of kings.
Ultimately, Asmongold, you got me on your side, big dog. There's never really been a moment.
What didn't he heard about this? He was watching some chud complain about the game, say that the game was too gay, and he was like, "It doesn't look that gay to me."
Like where I have.
And then he played it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's actually pretty gay."
Actively advocated.
It's actually pretty gay, but it's pretty cool.
For Asmongold to be banned or deplatformed. And to be fair, Asmongold didn't do that for me either, but he certainly leaned into it pretty hard, huh? And Libs of TikTok, Asmongold, Ethan Klein. Well, Ethan Klein didn't really play a role in this, let's be real. But all of the.
I thought maybe we could get to we could get through one stream without mention of fucking Ethan Klein. I'm so sick of Ethan.
All of the communities that have united on perhaps the most significant issue of all, the most significant political issue of all, getting this piece of shit out of here. Okay? You did it.
Wait, Rick Scott equals solid finger? Not a single red blood cell in his entire body?
You got me. But, I think All my losses are lessons. I've learned a very important, very, very important lesson from all of this, which is
How did he get unbanned? It was like magic.
that I will be apolitical going forward. That's right. Donald Trump is fixing America. Your enemies are saying
No, I mean, bans on Twitch are for different periods of time. Sometimes 24 hours, sometimes 7 days, or sometimes 3 days, sometimes 7 days, sometimes 14 days, and sometimes a month. And his just happened to be, I think, a 24-hour.
saying that the fraud was a long time ago, so it doesn't matter, Lamau. That's crazy. Speaking of award-winning, more future Oscar contenders should come on your stream before the award. Seems like a good luck charm. Yeah.
Rick Scott is more like a
I'm
xenomorph.
going to take credit for that, but
I feel like he would try to, lay eggs in you, maybe.
you know, the boys, they did it. I'm so
Does he seem like something that would lay eggs in you?
proud of them. I'm so excited. That's what I've been doing, by the way. Sunday was supposed to be kind of my day off. I was supposed to hoop. I got absolutely destroyed, by the way. I got absolutely destroyed while I was hooping. I was terrible. Bad performance. The Zoomers no longer think I'm W-Unk, which is sad. God damn, what's happening with the freaking... I take one goddamn day off, okay? I take one goddamn day off, and my camera's autofocus is busted. What is this? What happened? Interest for Rick Scott has skyrocketed in the past 7 days, seemingly. But I'm sure
Hasan is officially Rick Scott's hype man.
sure it's not that significant. Let's look at the past 12 months. Yeah, see, there's a 2024 November 10th, like it was significantly higher. But if we look at like let's see, past 90 days. Let's look at the past 90 days. Okay.
Paul the alien and Voldemort had a baby. Are you talking about like Roger the alien's brother?
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see it. Sorry, I'm hiding it. Here it is. Oops. When Elon tweeted his support, did you enjoy making edited YouTube content in this instance? No, I did not. I just kind of ripped it. I'll be 100% real with you guys. That was not a breakdown style video. Like that was not scripted at all. I basically one take Jaked it, Ludwig style, where I just kind of talked straight to the camera, sent a bunch of links to Austinox about like different aspects that I wanted to cover, and he just like spliced it in, and that's it.
Paul the alien from the movie Paul?
Like it wasn't anything else. It wasn't anything serious. But Austinox, made a return. Yeah, but one take Jaked it. It was
Wait, does Austinox not edit his stuff anymore?
like 30 minutes. It took like 30 minutes mostly. And then the results are pretty spectacular. So I think I'll try to do more of this. And by that I mean not get banned, but instead more straight to YouTube videos in general. As a follower, my take is that you can't talk like a right wing while being leftist. The pussy left will act and say you're too hostile. No, it's not even the left that says that. It's that
They really think that he got canceled by I guess wait. Technically Destiny and Ethan would call themselves left wing, but they're not the soft lefties that this chatter is imagining.
right-wingers love crying. They love crying. They love crying all the time. It's their favorite thing to do. And they do the same exact neurodivergent ass like SJW thing that Radlibs do all the time, which is like, oh, were you saying something that was hyperbolic? I'm going to take it seriously. They hate that when the left does it to them, but then they love using it. And it's fine. Look, I'm not mad. I understand. Like, you can't do that. You know, I can't do that. I can't. I need to be more careful with the way I talk about this stuff. It is what it is. I have a million haters, chat. Are we being real right now? Are we being serious? I have a lot of people.
But he's indeed Miss Bonafide,
who spend an insane amount of time and an insane amount of their everyday existence basically dehumanizing themselves aggressively and actively in a way to try to explain away how devastating of a person I am, how awful of a person I am. And that's it. Was the you directed at Mike, the Republican guy, or you, the viewer? No, of course it was directed at Mike Johnson. Why would I? It's very obvious. Anyway, it's fine. There is no reason for the semantics. There's no reason for the back and forth. Everybody, I think, understands exactly what's going on. It is what it is. I got owned. And in the process, though, I played a lot of Kingdom Come. And god damn it, it's a beautiful game. Holy moly, it's a beautiful game. But it's also deeply addicting, but it's also difficult. It's a difficult ass game, bro. It seriously is. Tim Pool linked this skate video under retweet. These people have no shame. Oh yeah. I mean, look, let these people have their fun. Okay. Let these people do their victory laps. And then they're probably going to get mad again because they're going to be like, he didn't get banned permanently. I hate it.
Yeah. Play something. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, why are the neurodivergent always catching these strays?
Like, why didn't he get banned permanently? But yeah, I'll say people like Tim Pool, you crying, lol. Yeah, dude, I was devastated. I was really sad. Tim Pool, I said in the
wait, whoa. Did Tim Pool post himself skateboarding? Underneath, there was a gif of him skateboarding. Is he like good or something?
He'll be back on shortly. It'll be like it'll likely due to his calling on people to kill a U.S. senator. He didn't even know Rick Scott was a senator, but I did. I don't know why they keep saying that. No, I didn't know what Rick Scott's position.
He's trying to curse less. Me too. I need to curse less too.
Position was within the Republican Party.
I got like animated.
Not as a senator, but as like his active role in the Republican Party beyond being a senator. But and also I didn't call on people to kill him, but it's fine. I mean, if people think that, then they think that. That is what it is. Did you see the searches for the senator skyrocketed since your ban? I did. Yeah, I've definitely talked about Rick Scott before. I've talked about
Is it Jeff? What did I say? GIF?
Rick Scott quite a bit. The entire point of this is not about Rick Scott anyway. The point of this is more so that Republicans are hypocrites and they don't actually care about like real Medicare fraud or anything like that. They just simply want to melt the poor. They want to actively undermine these social safety nets, which will end up harming a lot of people when those social safety nets go away. Lol, you absolutely said someone needed to
Kaya will make her appearance.
kill him. Okay, well, if that's what you think, then that's what you think. There's not really anything
It's not what they think. They're just a liar.
I can do about it. But it is what it is. Fox News wrote about you.
Oh my god.
Nice. Again?
Yo, no, depth. The worst was my mom. Because, like, in high school, I never cursed around my mom. Right? And then after like sophomore year of college, I think I was hanging out with my parents, or maybe I was on the phone or something. And it just came out. Just like the F word again and again and again. And my mom was just like, what the fuck? You talk like this now? And I was like, no, this is just...
Yeah.
I only cuss in front of you, Mom.
If Mike Johnson listened to me make this argument and went, wow, that's compelling. I'm going to now as the I am now as the House of as the House of Representatives Speaker of the House. I am now going to bleep Rick Scott. If he said that, yeah, I would feel a little weird about it. I'd be like, damn. Actual news outlets are covering it normally, which is Twitch streamer Hasan Piker suspended after saying Republicans would kill Rick Scott if they really cared about Medicare fraud. Rick Scott is a former governor of Florida and current senator from the state. Like the people that are covering this with a little bit of seriousness are covering it with the full context. Not that it matters, because the reality is, I think the ban was totally.
It was the best ban. It was the fairest ban. There was no problems with that ban. anybody like look, I would feel if I got banned and it turned out to it was only 24 hours, I would be pretty nice. I would be pretty nice to the trust and safety team. I'll be like, yeah, no, I deserve that ban. They did nothing wrong.
Appropriate.
I would just be so glad that it wasn't. Is that a treadmill? Does he have a treadmill? He did. He did some treadmill streaming, but I don't think it worked out, right? And you know why, right? Because, sitting, and Hasan knows this too, sitting is the new smoking. And so if he could somehow be moving during a decent part of his stream, theoretically, get a little like low level cardio in while you're streaming. But for whatever, that's Kaya's bed, and it does look like a treadmill. And he did have a treadmill at one time.
Okay.
I am now glad that I don't have a treadmill, chat, because looking around my room, I am seeing all this stuff that I need to get rid of. All the stuff that I need to sell. I'm going to have so little room to be able to take stuff to across the fucking, like, I've got to move on a plane somehow, chat. And that means like very little baggage.
I got baby. Left wing streamer.
Like if I come to the airport like Bilbo Baggins, they're gonna be like, you get back to your hobbit hole. You are not ready for this adventure, right? I gotta be Frodo.
Talks about comment about killing Rick Scott following tweet suspension. Walks back comment. Oh, this is amazing. During the stream, Parker insisted that fraud primarily comes from providers, not recipients of government programs. What?
I could have it shipped by a boat. How much does that cost, Simone?
I like that they're putting this in the article. That's good. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing. They're trying to cut recipients. Fraud is not happening at the point of the recipient. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would blame Rick Scott.
Chat, this made it into the Fox article. Isn't that awesome?
He said. The streamer noted that Columbia HCA was fined over $1.7 billion when Scott was the CEO of the healthcare company following an investigation into its Medicare billing. Read the subheader. YouTuber.
I'm actually sad too, but
Hasan Piker proves to call Hamas a lesser evil than Israel and claimed the U.S. deserved 9/11. But yeah, it was a totally reasonable suspension. Okay, I'm not even going to act like it was not a totally reasonable suspension. Okay, it's just the truth. Like, my favorite part about Hasan being banned from Twitch isn't that anyone reporting on it has to admit that a sitting Republican senator oversaw perhaps the biggest
Look, I'm sad. I'm really sad to leave too, because like I said, I really like the part of the country that I live in. I like the berries that grow in the spring, and I have a lot of friends here, including my family. But all energy flows according to the whims of the great magnet. What a fool I would be to defy him.
Medicare fraud in history. It's so beautiful. It's probably an inside job. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, you know? It's just like, it's a perfectly valid, it was a perfectly valid banning. Call Lolo, he's crying.
So mini pellets are 300. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should try to, like, I've got, like, my trampoline would be nice to bring. Oh, the other thing I heard is I shouldn't, like, there's something about electronics. Like, you can't bring, like, stuff that you plug into an American outlet. If you plug it into an outlet over there, it'll fry it.
Yo, he sent me a voice note immediately and was like flexing on me saying, I can help you prepare your unemployment documents. This man is my biggest hater. Okay, Alexander Lol Overruled is my biggest hater. Do you understand? This guy, straight up, this dude, my insta hater. Also, I'm joking. That's my friend, for those of you who don't know. But yeah, the ban was also worthy because now a lot more people.
There are adapters I can buy.
Well, no, the fraud of that bulb. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. Here, we'll look at this Fox News article because it's amazing. Left-wing streamer walks back comment about killing Rick Scott following Twitch suspension. At least he's saying, like, urging Republicans to...
I remember that, Narwhal. I remember, like, maybe even having some converters. But, like, isn't there, like, a weird danger or something? Isn't it still somehow sketchy? I feel like I blew out, like, a, outlet.
Kill Senator Rick Scott. Like, even Fox News is, like...
Somewhere in the Netherlands.
Like, more honest than my freaking dumbass haters on Reddit. Anyway, after getting suspended from Twitch, a popular video live streaming service, Piker's statement came during the stream, in which he reacted to the interview for House Speaker Mike Johnson, who discussed measures to carve out waste, fraud, and abuse within Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. I'm sorry. It was worth. It's worth. That right there. Getting Fox News to write Piker's statements came during a stream in which he reacted to an interview with House Speaker Mike Johnson, who discussed measures to carve out waste, fraud, and abuse within Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. During the stream, Piker insisted that fraud primarily comes from providers, not recipients of government programs. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing. They are trying to cut recipients.
I mean, this is a W. This is worth a day ban. This is easily worth a day ban. The fact that what he's saying here got out to such, like, it got out to Fox News. The Fox News audience.
Fraud is not happening at the point of the recipient. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would bleep Rick Scott, he said. That is cinema.
As long as it converts the voltage, it should work okay.
The streamer noted that Columbia HCA was fined over $1.7 billion when Scott was the CEO of the healthcare company following an investigation into its Medicare billing. This is Fox News. This is on Fox News.
British plugs are legit superior. I think it's the one decent thing about the UK. See, that doesn't surprise me. American, do you know we have petroleum in our Skittles?
I'll take it. I'll take the ban, baby. I'll eat it.
Chat, who knows what we have in our nacho cheese?
On Fox News. Twitch did not provide a specific reason for the suspension, although the timing of the violation and Piker's ensuing expose suggests that the above comments pushed the platform to act. This is Piker's 5th Twitch suspension. On Monday afternoon, Piker apologized, telling his social media followers, "I'm sorry. I'll choose my words carefully next time and say if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, since he wants to cut $800 million from Medicare, Medicaid, which was $800 billion, by the way, he'd call for max punishment for current Florida GOP Senator, former Governor Rick Scott, who has done the most Medicare fraud in U.S. history," he continued. 5 minutes later.
Are they saying sick because he meant to say Medicaid?
Later, Piker addressed his critics. Big shout out to the right-wing free speech lovers who took time out of their day to screaming about DEI and immigrants to cry about this, he wrote on X. Hasan on Twitch didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. Senator Ed Markey, AOC, and other Democrats have sat down Piker, who was praised in December by Kamala Harris's former deputy campaign manager, Rob Flaherty. "We need a whole thriving ecosystem," Flaherty told 7-4 following Harris's election loss. "It's not just Pod Save America, although I think we should have more of them. It's not just Hasan Piker. We should have more Hasan Pikers. It's also the cultural creators, the folks who are one rung out, who influence the nonpartisan audience." Piker was a following of Twitch over 2.8 million and previously raised more than 1 million for Palestinian aid, has used his platform millions of followers to downplay and justify terrorist attacks such as October 7 and 9/11 as acts of resistance in recent years. I've never said 9/11 was an act of resistance. Okay, that inappropriate, but you know,
that's a bit out there.
I'll let it slide. It's Fox News. Come on. During a 2019 live stream, Piker praised the brave effing soldier who wounded conservative Representative Dan Crenshaw while he was deployed to Afghanistan as a Navy SEAL.
Sodium hexophosphate is in there?
Asking, didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some bleep, 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 bleep? I was banned for that, so we're going to move on. He went on to say, America deserved 9/11. I'm saying it before later, walking it back and saying it was inappropriate. Piker raised $100K for charity on Saturday alongside the creators of No Other Land, a film co-directed by Palestinian and Israeli filmmakers. The film won the Oscar for the best documentary the following day. One note, we'd have almost no violence if the libs would just leave. Yeah. By the way, liberals on there, I will point to this as well.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. This is dono worthy. Hasan got a bunch of WS. Previous video did 800K views, got more eyes on Rick Scott, and Fox News wrote a piece on him.
Yeah. And specifically the fact that Republicans have committed Medicaid and Medicare fraud. They're trying to imply that there are people on Medicare and Medicaid that shouldn't be on it, and that's, you know, the fraud that they're saying, when in actuality, you know, that kind of fraud is not something anybody's likely to get away with. And the much more common fraud and the much more costly fraud is the kind of fraud that people like Rick Scott commit as a CEO of a healthcare company.
Liberals like Ethan Klein, Sex Pestiny, and their
But also, thank you for the super chat, Izzy.
weirdo audiences and Asmongold's audience will regularly say Rashid al-Haddad is a Houthi, but even Fox News, because it's still a news outlet, will be like, it's just, they won't say he's a Houthi. They'll say he's a Houthi sympathizer. They won't say he's a Houthi. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because, you know, there are still in the absolute worst.
You're Norwegian, you're right. Maybe Ethan is OP as a topic.
News outlet like Fox News, especially on their objective news reporting side.
Nerf, please. Nerf, please.
Which can still be very biased. There is still a quality assurance that they have to abide by. They still have standards that they have to abide by, versus a dumbass online content creator, myself included, can say whatever the hell they want.
Gotta mention, while I think about it, that the trampoline goal, we got 45 minutes to make that happen. All right, if you wanna get me on the trampoline
and actively
wake my ass the fuck up,
lie about things, and then
it's gonna take 7 more teal super chats.
Their idiotic fan base will also chirp about it over and over again. Considering that Fox is constantly under tremendous scrutiny.
I gotta say, I really did not enjoy that Trump speech. That was...
And targeted with lawsuits, they obviously have to be a little bit more careful about the way that they cover stuff. And also, they want to maintain some kind of standards so they can look like an objective news outlet. There's a singular difference. Fox News wants to scandalize their audience by reminding them of you interacting with liberals in Congress. These YouTubers want to permanently get rid of you and deplatform you. Yeah. Did Fox ask you for a response? No. But they might have reached out to my management and I just didn't see it.
Yo, Symira, I hope that rice and beans stay cheap.
But it's all good. Can you make some predictions about Trump's incoming speech? I mean, yeah, easy peasy. I'm the greatest president of all time. I saved America. It's actually good that egg prices are so high because it's patriotic. Dude, I'm so good at being apolitical. It's crazy. I'm so good at being apolitical. It's crazy. I love being apolitical, dog. Anyway, bro, you trying to get banned again? I mean, I'm not. It's like very obviously I'm joking, okay? It's clearly a joke, okay?
Clearly.
Stop worrying about me getting banned, okay? Please. Guys. Elon Musk made comedy legal, okay? Elon Musk made comedy legal, folks. Oh, dark MAGA.
Make comedy legal again.
That's crazy. I'll take it. Much better than XQ Snake, dude. XQ called out Twitch for unbanning Hasanabi only one day after suspending him. Just comical, dude. What a joke, dude. He said. Snake. XQ Snake. You're the snake, baby. So please don't. Please keep building a carve out for your BDS Canadian Hasanabi heads, and please keep subscribing with your Canadian dollars, even if it's not at the top of the
look into how to identify blight in potatoes.
Hour. Okay, what you can do for I think what is it, like $6-7 Canadian dollars, or for free with a Twitch Prime.
There's Kaya. Wait, I thought Kaya was gonna come back late in the other video.
You can still use your Twitch Prime to subscribe. Especially if you couldn't resubscribe yesterday because I got banned, for those of you who don't know. So it's 8 CAD. Okay, $8 CAD. Don't worry, you're an honorary member of the Quebec Libre movement. We got you. I am. This is true. Canuck bucks. Yeah. Like this is actually correct. Here's the other thing. Where is it? Doug Ford just won another election. I think it was in large part due to his response to the tariffs. He will continue to dismantle healthcare in Ontario. Exactly. So Trump's idiotic actions against Canada has unironically made people like Doug Ford look better. And now with that popularity, with that popular mandate, Doug Ford will continue to undermine social services in Ontario. So what is this? Got a new contract while he was banned? Unbelievable. I did not get a new contract. I am not running ads. I was kidding. Subscribing, which you don't have to do, but if you want to, you can subscribe. You can send me links. If you subscribe, you can clip stuff. You get some amenities. What? Squeaks has some choice words for your video.
He sounds so.
What is this? I've probably been banned.
He sounds so cool. He sounds like a vibrator. Sorry.
That's crazy. That's crazy. What's up, everyone? If you're seeing this, that means I've probably been banned. That's right. Cancel.
sorry.
That's crazy. I'll take it. Much better than XQ Snake, dude. XQ called out Twitch for unbanning Hasanabi only one day after suspending him. Just comical, dude. What a joke, dude. He said. Snake. XQ Snake. You're the snake, baby. Why are you surrounded by backstabbers for real? Come on, dude. Look at the industry. Like, yes, Twitch streaming is... Look, there are a lot of wonderful people that I've met in this career, okay? And then there are a lot of people who have absolutely abused my charitable nature over and over again. It's not surprising. If you've been following any of the XCC drama between me and him for the past couple of years, I think you know where he stands on all these issues. He is actively trying to win back people now, and you know, more power to him, but he's always going to farm me. The quicker you understand that a lot of people have direct financial incentives and that's the only thing they care about and nothing else, the easier you will make sense of how people operate in this industry. It's just the truth. You should farm him, to be honest. I don't give a shit. He's already rich. What do you mean? I know he is. And in the process, he shed a lot of he basically forced a lot of people's hands into just like shutting him out. He'll still be able to collaborate with many other people. He has a massive audience. And eventually, if he's like even a little bit nice to them, that a lot of content creators will return and collaborate with him and stuff like that. But yeah.
Wait, is he saying XQC has been like isolated or something? Why he says XQ Snake, right? Because XQC is a snake?
Yeah. I mean, he's talked about how lonely he feels and how shitty this industry is without recognizing that it's because he treated everybody like shit. There is virtually no other way to describe this. Okay? That's it. He has actively treated every single content creator in his orbit like shit. No matter how nice people have been to
I didn't know this about XQC.
him. If you smell dog poop everywhere you go, you wake up and you smell shit. Go to the coffee shop, you smell shit. Maybe it's not everywhere else that smells like shit. Maybe you are the one who stepped in the shit. Or maybe
you are the shit.
Piece of shit. And it's not just XCC. A lot of content creators have major egos, myself included. You know, it's understandable. It is what it is. Let's get back to the, where was it? Let's get back to the tariff, 100% tariffs on Teslas. Canadian Prime Minister candidate reveals tariff response plans against the United States. I was considering writing a piece based on why so many people attack you over other left-wing voices online. The far right is a term for the jockeying that happens in spaces that are before politics, but which create the cultural narratives that far right use to convert people. Metapolitics. You exist in gaming and anime spaces as a left-winger and someone who completely debunks all the stereotypes the right likes to use to discredit the left is why you get so much heat. Yeah, it's also why I have also retained a relatively sizable audience in spite of all of that.
Wow, Mike from Pennsylvania in the chat.
And I think that really pisses people off. That's what it is. That frustrates a lot of people where they're like, why do people still subscribe to him? Why do people still support this guy? He's bad. Look at all of my friends that say he's bad.
Sisyphean task. I don't get the appeal of XQC. But dude, I can't do it. Why do I think I can do imitations? Yeah, that was Mike from PEA saying that whole thing.
Do you think you still attract new audiences considering the hate train you get? Yeah. I think the hate train is so overwhelming and so consistent that I think a lot of people go, I'm gonna look into this myself. There are plenty of people who come in here and they're like, okay, well, maybe I was a little misguided about the way that people presented you. And I think that funnels in new people all the time. Like, I've seen this quite a bit, especially with like the Ethan Klein stuff, where Ethan is not exactly a popular content creator either. He's been around for quite a long time, and a lot of people have made up their minds on him, and some people like him a lot, and a lot of people also despise him online. Some of the reasons why a lot of people despise him online are ridiculous reasons and bad reasons, and there's also
XQC speaks in cursive. How very French.
Good reasons for why people are angry at him as well. And in that process, when he just like engaged in the extensive crash out, people go, okay, well, his insanity caused me to go and take a look, you know? Because you can't maintain a reasonable approach if you're actively just like going, everything and anything that this person does is wrong, and I'm going to assume the exact opposite, the exact opposite position. People are just gonna be like, all right, well, you know, maybe I'll make up my mind on my own.
Buenos días a todos. Hemos decidido responder
good day to all.
Con medidas arancelarias y no arancelarias que anunciaré en plaza pública el próximo domingo.
I'll read it.
Hemos decidido
We've decided to respond with tariffs and non-tariff measures.
Con medidas arancelarias y no arancelarias que anunciaré.
And I will announce in a public statement next Sunday.
No es de ninguna manera.
By no means our purpose to start an economic or trade confrontation.
My goat Claudia. I wish Mexico would annex. I wish Mexico would annex America so that we could be under the protectorate of Claudia Sheinbaum. It is by no means our purpose to start an economic or trade confrontation.
Iniciar una confrontación económica
I
o
love her.
comercial que desafortunada
Which
y
unfortunately and regrettably
es lo opuesto
is
a
the
lo que
opposite of what we
deberíamos
should
estar
be doing.
haciendo. Es decir,
That is
integrar más nuestras
integrating our
economías
economies
para
more to strengthen
fortalecer
our
nuestra
region.
región. Nadie gana
Nobody
con
wins
esta
with this
decisión.
decision.
Por el contrario,
On the contrary, it
afecta a
affects
los
the
pueblos
people
que
we represent.
Got more soul. She's my president too. This is my president.
A las
To the
mexicanas,
Mexican women and men.
Mexicanos.
Oh, she's woke. She said women first.
les recuerdo
I remind
que
you that
nosotros
we have
tenemos
based the
truncado
growth
el crecimiento
for the
desde
last
hace
6
años
years
en el
on the
fortalecimiento
strengthening
del
of the
mercado
domestic
interno,
market,
la creación de empleos
the
mediante
creation of
inversión
jobs through public
pública,
investment,
el aumento al
and the
salario
increase in
mínimo
minimum wage and
y
welfare
los programas
programs.
de bienestar.
Amazing.
Amazing. All right, so our friend Natalie Marie, who may or may not be with us right now, has sent us a video. This is a video of TYT talking about their favorite subject, how trans people want too much.
The responsibility and the fault of this lies completely on the Trump administration that's taking these actions. But whenever something goes wrong.
So the context is Trump enacting a transgender ban in the military, where previously it was more about not letting trans people join the military. This time it is an active purge.
You have to be honest about analyzing how did we get there, okay? And when a pendulum swings too far, it always swings back. And when it swings back, it also swings back too far. So that's why we didn't want that pendulum swinging, because we had it at a pretty good place.
So he's saying that trans people, by wanting to be treated by human beings, asked for too much. We should have just asked for to be treated like 3/4 of human beings.
In the Trump administration, the first time around, they tried, they did the ban on people in the military, and it was not very popular. And they did not try to root out the transgender folks who were already in the military, up to potentially 15,000 service members. Okay, so and they tried bathrooms for a little bit, and it didn't work, and we fought them back on that effectively because we were reasonable and the American people were on our side, and the polling indicated that. And then in the meanwhile, since the first Trump administration, what happened? Some folks on our side decided, no, we want that pendulum to swing as far as humanly possible, saying absurd things like Floyd Mayweather can declare himself a woman and next day go into a boxing ring with biological women.
He's as ignorant and possibly willfully ignorant, I don't know, as any conservative. Nobody's fucking saying that. Shithead. Shithead. If you want to talk about a subject, inform yourself. Pull the turd out of your ear, Jink. Nobody's fucking saying that. Sporting bodies allowed trans women to compete in sports not because of some kind of a SJW pressure campaign to do something unreasonable, but because they actually know physiology and anatomy and sports science, and they looked into the question, and the answer that they came up with is that given a certain amount of medicalized transition, which I don't even know if he fucking knows that. I don't know how fucking ignorant Jake is about trans people, right? He seems to be aware of things like hormone blockers, so I'm surprised he's not aware of something like HRT, and furthermore of the requirements of any sport for somebody who had been on HRT for a certain amount of time and pass blood tests in terms of determining the presence or absence of testosterone in their system. That is how this has gone on. It has not gone in any other way. In no circumstances was anyone like Floyd Mayweather, just fucking transferred from the male division to the female division overnight. That's fucking bullshit. And it sounds to me like, chat, this is transphobic Hasbara. Like, I mean, I don't know what else to call it. It's propaganda. It's so far off, and it's so designed to manipulate people on this issue that it's propaganda. I don't know if this is propaganda that he swallowed without realizing that it was a lie, or if this is propaganda that he knows is a lie and is spreading because he does indeed have a long history of being a transphobic asshole.
Yep.
No. You're swinging it.
You ignorant fool. You clown of the world.
Like, things always happen as reactions to extreme things like that. I'm not blaming folks for taking this action because they didn't take this action. Trump did and his administration did. But I'm telling you, just like when we talk about...
You can't discern. Yeah, you're probably right, Amlos Aluche.
The Middle East. Why was there terrorism? We could just do the Joe Scarborough thing. They hate us because they hate us, right? But that's not smart. You have to see and analyze, how did we get there, right? So, I mean, some folks, not a lot, but some defend gender reassignment surgeries for minors. You go tell an average American that we're gonna do gender reassignment surgery for a 12-year-old. That pendulum.
Where did you get that, Jink? You're talking about bottom surgery, right? That doesn't make sense, you jackass. And if you don't know if that's going on, then why are you fucking repeating this shit? it just gets twisted. It's just like a few like trans girls with very supportive family, or you know, or trans guys with very supportive family get either, you know, like augmentation or reduction at age 16, and somehow that gets turned into 12-year-olds getting GRS. No, Jink, no, you fucking asshole. This is as if he was making an argument about, I don't know, segregation, and he cited Birth of a Nation, and he was like, well, you know, there was definitely they're definitely pretty savage, you know, just like repeating the fucking racist tropes from the most fucking racist movie out there. I mean, this is just bullshit. This is Jamie would check Joe Rogan on this. Why don't you have a Jamie? Oh, I'm sorry, because you have an Anna, and Anna would fucking fire Jamie.
All the way up there, and it's going to swing all the way back, right? And now I've been on shows with transgender hosts. They're like, stop the pendulum.
You've been on shows with Brianna Wu, which is like saying about black people that you've been on shows with Candace Owens. I've been on shows with black people, and they don't like DAI. They really don't like it. They're against it. They think that there's too much wokeness, and the black people just have it too damn good, right? Yeah, you could get that. You could get that shit from a Candace Owens. You can get that shit from a Jesse Lee Peterson. It doesn't make it right, Jink. It doesn't make it representative of the community, nor does talking to Brianna Wu, who is a fucking pariah. You know, just self-hating trans woman, and much the same. What do I always call her Trandis Owens? She's Trandis Owens, chat. Blair White is Trandis Owens.
Jesus Christ, man, they're kicking us out of bathrooms. God damn, we're going backwards. We're going backwards. Stop.
Yeah, we are going backwards because of fools like you. And this is why I said giving in on the issue of sports is a Trojan horse for every other thing, every other kind of dehumanization that they want to do to trans people. Because what you're really saying, what people like Jink are saying, is that trans women aren't really women. Trans men, not really men, right? It's just, you know, it's basically like, there you go. There you go. There's your transphobic bullshit. And with that, chat, I should probably check on the poll and see how we're doing. Okay, so right now, More Ethan Seething is ahead by like 6 points. We have No Other Land, Hasan interview in second place. And we have Professor Dave versus Sabine Hassenfelder in third place. We have Rebecca Watson, the Nessara. I meant to talk about this earlier, chat. Rebecca Watson has got some weird conspiracy, and I don't know what the Nessara conspiracy is, but it looked weird. There was a picture of a weird-looking alien demon thing. So there must be some conspiracy about alien-looking demon things, right? So I guess Rebecca Watson's got that. But anyway, that's on the menu too. That's on the options. That's in fourth place, all right? So 121 of you have voted so far. If you haven't voted already, make your voice heard. We want to know what you want. You could still change the results potentially. The other thing that can change the results is the dono goal. The dono goal determines whether we watch extra content, whether I stay up a little bit later with you than I normally would and watch one extra segment or two extra segments if we hit 200. But we are 49% away from the having one extra segment right now. And looks like, yeah, anytime. The other way you can affect the dono goal is that when you do donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics, right? Professor Dave versus Sabine Hassenfelter, No Other Land Hasan interview, Rebecca Watson Nessara conspiracy, or more of Ethan Seething. Which one of these you want? When you donate, if you let me know in the chat which one you want, I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. And these are just like, you know, bonuses that we add to each topic. So so you can sort of push that a little bit, potentially change the results. I don't know, sometimes it happens. You could also vote for Vox Populi when you donate, and that's you saying, nope, I want the results that the poll have, right? You're fighting the war on democracy on the side of democracy. You want the but yeah, this goes for whatever you do, a super chat, if you do a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Patreon, if you support me on Throne or Twitch, which I appreciate greatly because it's the only way that I get paid on Twitch. Chat, we've been demonetized thanks to Dan Saltman, Ethan Klein, and Destiny. But anyway, I got some more stuff for you now. I'm just wondering, is this one just about Jillian Michaels? Or does this one have the Vinny guy too?
Biggest Loser, who I was on Piers Morgan with the other day, who said this feeding the starving kids is, and I quote, a red herring. Go F yourself. Yes. Go take your maha and shove it up your ass. You worried about people's health with the processed food? And you say that starving kids are a red herring? Go F yourself. I doubt she'll hear this or see this, but I felt like I had to say that.
We should clip it.
We should clip it. Let's clip it, and we'll play it at the end of the...
Let's clip it. Let's make that a clip.
We'll play it in the...
Edwin Rollins says, Sabine is definitely a disappointment. She should have stayed in her lane. I'm not entirely sure what's happening with her, but I have seen her do some of her videos look like they are sort of embracing the anti-science crowd in some way. Is that kind of what it is?
Fun half.
So this will be new for me if we get that one. Sabine could join the Insane Clown Posse. I don't want to talk to a scientist. Y'all motherfuckers lying and getting me pissed. Yeah, magnets, right? Magnets.
Tag her.
Honestly. Oh, you mean clip what I just said? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Tag her on YouTube. Okay. Well, they didn't end up doing that here, I don't think. Maybe they made a shorter clip.
We should prop clip it.
We're prop clipping right now.
The other day we told you the story, and I think I first heard it by Greg Sargent in the New Republic, if I remember correctly. One of the USAID's programs provides essentially like, it's almost like it's not pre-digested food, but it's a peanut butter based paste, protein paste that comes in tubes for children.
Wait, is this the ad read? No, this isn't. This is actually important stuff. Not a joke or an ad read. What is Sabine's area of expertise? Unsustainable diets for rapid weight loss, mostly water weight, that she inflicts upon upon contestants on The Biggest Loser. She's one of the trainers from Biggest Loser,
who are
selling supplements to vulnerable and impressionable people trying to make their health better.
Are literally so malnourished that they cannot actually digest food because their systems have more or less shut down. I think like literally the technical term was like wasting away. And there were two factories.
Yeah, what is that? Catex?
In the country that had USAID contracts to provide this stuff, and hundreds of thousands, I don't remember what they call them, not ready-made meals, but some other technical term for it, were sitting in these factories unable to move anywhere because they couldn't reach anybody at USAID. The contract seems to have been canceled, et cetera, et cetera. The story, which I think first talked about maybe a week or so ago, again, I think it was from Greg Sargent over at the New Republic, migrated over to CNN. CNN covered the story over the weekend. Supposedly, the Fuhrer, Musk, saw it, and in his benevolence grace, decided to allow the contract to be fulfilled.
Oh,
and
our merciful king.
And yes, all glory. And so these kids are...
Oh, I'm sorry. You all were talking about Sabine Hassenfelder. Yo, I thought she was a chemist. You were talking about a Sabine. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Jillian Michaels. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be cheeky.
They're very lucky that Greg Sargent and the New Republic happened to write about this, and then somebody at CNN happened to read Greg Sargent and cover this. Because if it didn't happen, you would have 5,000, 10,000, 1,000, 50,000 kids just not have any food and die.
Well, they're ready to use therapeutic food sat in a warehouse.
Right. And this is the type of sort of fiat that government is being run by now. It's not even fiat, it's just the complete luck. Are you just one of the lucky ones or the connected ones? That's it. I'll just put this up just beforehand. It says, if you can't read it, I'll read the title. Struggling with errors, Doge deletes billions more from list of savings. Oh. Incidentally, they erased another $4 billion in additional savings. The group had erased or altered more than 1,000 contracts it claimed to cancel, representing more than 40% of all the contracts listed on its site last week. The deleted list included 5 of the 7 largest savings that it had claimed for credit just last week. It was the second time in a week that Doge had deleted some of its greatest claims of success. Early last week, it erased all 5 of the largest savings it had claimed, because these are contracts that have already been fulfilled or were canceled 15, 20 years ago. I mean, damn. Posted this morning, the $400 million contract for armored Teslas that DropSite News got canceled now ranks as the single biggest savings made by Doge after correcting all of their others. Do you understand?
Wait, can somebody straighten me out on these armored Tesla, are they armored Cybertrucks? Is that what we're talking? 400 million armored Teslas. Are these the Cybertrucks? They tried to blame Biden for them or something?
That the Trump administration came in and ordered $400 million of
That's what it is, Gomez?
Teslas, Tesla trucks, and now they've canceled it and said it was their biggest savings.
After they weren't able to get away with saying the Biden administration actually ordered it.
So they like really ordered this up for like some kind of... It's not funny because like they were talking about some kind of federal police force or something. It kind of is like, oh, he wants an SS now.
I went on last Thursday.
An SS in fucking Cybertrucks?
Thursday, my day off. That was a huge mistake. On the Piers Morgan show, they send so many emails. I just thought it was going to be Piers Morgan and I.
I know.
I didn't know.
Oh God, if only. I wish Sam was a big enough deal that Pierce would bring him on for a tete-a-tete.
And I went back and went through the emails, and I think I found the email. I think originally it was supposed to be Anna Kasparin was supposed to be on there, but she must have had to get on.
Anna was on there. No, they must have moved her. Our fascist military with armored cyber trucks are weak to salt water, yeah, and fireworks, apparently. They just changed the language to electric vehicle. They also canceled an FAA contract with Verizon, and it was magically awarded to Starlink. Oh, wow. Just money just pouring into Elon's pocket, but no conflict of interest, folks. No conflict of interest here.
Off early.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Because she was on in the segment before.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so I was on with Benny Johnson, who I realized afterwards was one of the guys from Tenet Media who got all that.
Oh, damn. Sam got through a whole show with a Tenet Media talent without mentioning their being on the take from, what was his name? Edward Gregorian?
Money, that Russian money.
Yep.
And then this woman, I had no idea who she was. So I had no idea, who she was or what she was going to have to say. And that's
Seeing
it.
her face now, she's basically, I think she's a TERF, right? So she doesn't like trans people and thinks it takes away from feminism. And then
Yeah, Jillian Michaels definitely fits that description.
Is also a Maha person. So like these are the folks that say they're independent, but they voted for Trump, and they're trying to find a new way to be on board.
These are the folks that would have been like hippies or really crunchy, like health fanatics a few years ago, but like definitely on the left.
The MAGA train.
I did not find this show particularly enjoyable or.
And, you know, just like TYT have sort of taken the permission structure to attack trans people and whoever else.
Lightning in any way. I got to be honest.
Emma is kind of goated. Yeah, AMLO.
But they had emailed me so many times in the past. And finally they were recording on a Thursday and I said, okay. And I didn't have to leave my house.
Sam, let's talk for a moment about the other big thing that's going on, which is this whole Doge stuff with Elon Musk.
Hajium, so he meant literally. He thought he was going to be on there, and like as soon as he goes in to do the show, he's like, wait a minute, why are there 4 people here?
You, I think, posted that the idea that Doge is in any way about efficiency is absolutely a joke. They're not doing an audit. They're destroying the apparatus of our government. What do you base that on?
Well, audits are...
I mean, you're right, Bivol, but it was a pipeline. It was a pipeline that brought these people to Maha. Very much, you know, helped by the whole natural health response to COVID.
Done regularly of agencies by inspector generals. The first thing they did was to fire all those inspector generals and not replace them. A. B. Audits that lead to firings within a couple of days are obviously not being done. The notion that this is about efficiency when you're laying off thousands of IRS agents when it is well known that every dollar spent at the IRS returns for the government $6 or $7. You're clearly not talking about efficiency here as measured in any other way other than allowing wealthy people to get away with cheating on their taxes. I mean, I could go on, but there's absolutely no evidence that there's a single audit going on. To the extent that they've saved any money, it has been largely dismissed as clerical errors on their part, and we still have no substantiation about it. So it's
hang on, that's not true. I mean, there's some of the stuff that came out about USAID, for example, some of the way that American taxpayers' money was being squandered on ridiculous projects.
Oh, wait a second.
And it wasn't insignificant sums of money.
Wait a second. You could.
Oh, chat, I forgot to mention. This is probably gonna be the last segment that I watch tonight. If we don't hit the dono goal, so we got that much time to get. We've got 49%. No, 49%. We've got 49%. If we hit that, we get 49% further. We'll get that dono goal and get some extra content. That right now is looking like it could be more Ethan Klein. So if you want to see more Ethan Klein, think about donating. If you want to see something else, think about donating and letting me know in the comments, in the chat, not in the comments, in the chat, which of these topics that you want to see. And I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation into a percentage and adding that percentage to the topic of your choice to help skew the poll just a little bit. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to unskew the poll, but we are coming down to the wire here.
You can determine that you can have an opinion that it's squandered. I can have an opinion that it's squandered, but it's been appropriated by the Congress. And in America, we have actually both statutory, constitutional, and...
Oh my God, play something. I'm so encouraged by the fact that you've been able to pull somebody out of that pipeline. That is a tough pipeline. The Maha pipeline is not to be trifled with. It is not a joke. Amlos Aluche, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wow, I mean that is one way to that is wait, I gotta read off who gets the subs. Omicron 08, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Ron Stoppable 2222, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Dalden 710, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Sweetener 222, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Mario Plumber of the internet, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. So yeah, that puts us at 80%. Wow. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere with the 5 gifted. So yeah, let's get back to Sam and Benny. Benny's a freak, I gotta say. I mean, Sam's gonna comment on it. He noticed this too, but like Benny turns into the human equivalent of an erect phallus when, you know, when he thinks he's got somebody.
Court cases that say the president of the United States and the executive branch cannot decide unilaterally.
Like, chat, I feel like I saw like a vein popping out. You know, that's how much like
that they're not going to appropriate money that Congress has appropriated. I mean, the line item video has been found to be unconstitutional. We have the impoundment.
The line item video is indeed line item veto.
Control Act from 1974. We have Train v. New York City from 1974, which is a Supreme Court case which enforces.
Wait, his facial posture. Yeah, I noticed that he was doing some like, I don't know, it was almost like some kind of mewing or something.
What they're doing is fundamentally illegal. I mean, you may think that some of the spending is not worthy. I may think it's not worthy, but that's just not the way our government works.
Okay, Gillian, you were shaking your head there.
Because it doesn't seem that the government is working. As a layman, when the USAID is exposed.
Pause. Can we just say, like, as a layman, as somebody who like sells caffeine pills for dietary purposes, like that's not a normal layman.
And what does that mean? The government's not working.
As someone who tortures reality show contestants with unsustainable dietary and exercise practices that do not help them out in the long run, but rather set them up for failure.
Like, what does that mean? The government's not working. Like, what is it that she thinks the government should be doing that's not working?
Yeah.
He definitely does do a kissy duck face. Yeah.
Like, the Postal Service is not working. The Social Security is not working. The IRS hadn't found billions more dollars. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau hadn't saved consumers billions of dollars.
$21 billion returned to consumers for an $800 million annual cost. That's called pretty efficiency, but a lot of efficiency, by the way. Hundreds, I think, or at least tens of millions of Americans receive those checks back from being scammed by our financial institutions.
I mean, she's not saying anything, and they're immediately going to go to essentially just bigotry and xenophobia with the USAID. They don't even have the wherewithal to like, now, to her credit, at one point she does say like, there are big payouts to corporations, which I am all in favor of them being genuinely anti-corporate. Right. And I will guarantee you that will not be happening.
No, because they represent the private businesses that benefit from a healthcare system that isn't public. Alternative medicine is an industry, and it's not regulated.
100%.
And she's
and look, while there are, you know, something you could call diet and exercise, natural health, not the exercise that she's promoting, but you know, something like getting a certain amount of cardiovascular activity every week, right? Those kind of targets, right? Real measures that help real people to live better lives. You know, there's a lot in diet and exercise, and that could be called natural health. So, but generally, in terms of the industry, that's not what they're trying to sell you.
Super chatted $5. Got to love Sam Seder's enjoyment of debating, cause he ran circles on 3 right-wingers without breaking a sweat.
That's right, 3 right-wingers.
Sam Seder is the OG debate lord.
He is the OG, the OG debate lord. Yeah, thank you, Izzy. No, he definitely is. This guy loves to debate, right? Michael Brooks, tells a story about Sam debating Tim Pool for the first time and him seeing that like gleeful look in Sam's eye and like wanting to like, you know, pull him back by his leash, like, you know, because he was like, he's just a little too excited about destroying Tim Pool. But
Voting it, and I just gotta.
And at the time, this is early Tim Pool. I think Michael, being the forgiving person he was actually taking Tim Pool at his word that he's some kind of centrist or somehow.
Say it's very satisfying to hear you give all of the reasons that it's both like constitutionally reinforced that the Congress has the power of the purse, and then the executive branch has to faithfully execute that, and then give those examples and hear her admit as a layman, but I'm just going to say the government doesn't work and use that as my hinge point, because it's very easy to say the government doesn't work because it doesn't work in the way that we want to improve it. We want to tax the wealthy more so the government is better and provides more services to people, perhaps universal health care, perhaps universal pre-K, perhaps child care, and canceling student debt. You've got to do that through taxing the wealthy. But she just says it's broken. So what's her explanation?
Would Medicare for All cover her caffeine pills?
That it has been, and all of a sudden we have this transparency that we've never had in my lifetime.
None of this stuff was hidden at all. None of this stuff was hidden at all.
This stuff was all mentioned on the internet. And that means, chat, that even if you are going to say, this was all available, this was all out there, nothing about this was secret. And indeed, not a lot about unless you're talking about the intelligence or the Defense Department or some shit like that, not much of what the government does actually is secret. And so this was all out there. Now you could say, well, yeah, but people weren't talking about it. Okay. Then Doge could have, or Elon or Trump or anyone could have easily just been like, hey, did you know that this is in the budget for USAID? Is this really a way that we should be spending this money? They didn't need to hack anyone's computer. They didn't need to break into government departments, right? None of this performative shit that they did was necessary in order to look at and scrutinize the way that USAID spends its money. And the way to take care of that is generally through an act of Congress. Congress apportions what money is spent, but not under the unitary executive theory of Donald Trump and his Project 2025.
So you're telling me that the average American knew that we were funding friggin' operas for trans people in...
Yes, operas that only trans people can hear. Operas that are sung at frequencies that you have to be trans. Otherwise, it would just be like, there's no opera. I don't hear anything. I see people's mouth moving, but trans people are like, oh my gosh, I'm enjoying this opera. Hey, I'm so glad that they wrote an opera just for me.
The average American was interested in what USAID was supporting.
Come on, man. Do you really believe that?
Yeah.
It's not that he believes that. It's that it literally was there on the website.
I really believe that people knew this and this was common knowledge. And there's no question that some of this was a slush fund for the CIA.
Well, actually, you know what? The truth is, you can both be right here. So.
You didn't need to break the law. Elon Musk didn't need to break the law to find this stuff out and to talk about it if you think it's inappropriate.
Right. Sam is right that it was.
Now look at this man. Look at the tumescence on Benny Johnson.
To be found. Yeah.
And he's gonna bust, Chad. He's gonna fucking bust.
Ian's right that absolutely nobody told the American people about the specifics. So you can both be right.
Can happen in our process of government.
Nobody tells the American, look, it's not that nobody tells the American people about the specifics of what's going on in our government, like I said, with those exceptions. It's that American people generally don't care. Generally don't care. And then sometimes somebody is like, did you know that they're studying cow flatulence? They're spending money to put a sniffer up to a cow's butt to smell that cow's farts. Did you know that your money's going? And sometimes, what that is an actual study on the effect of methane from large-scale animal agriculture on the planet. But they'll sometimes get shit like that canceled because they'll be like, oh, cow farts. We don't need to study cow farts. That's silly. That's the government wasting money. That's big government.
No, I understand. I'm not
Congress
saying you're
can
wrong.
vote to
I'm not saying it
defund it.
wasn't there. I'm not saying it wasn't there to be found. But Benny, it was only when Elon Musk and his young team.
Pause it for a second. You know how the American public is intimately aware of how the $900 billion annually is spent with the Defense Department.
You know how the American people is so interested and so meticulous about finding out every detail of how their government is operated. You know how city hall meetings are attended by everyone in the metropolitan area. You know how voting rates are so high, so close to 100%, right? You know how Americans are just like really into this stuff. They find it very interesting.
I mean, or oil lease giveaways, or I don't know, corn subsidies. Or any other functioning. In fact, I don't think most Americans realize that their Medicaid isn't necessarily paid by the government. Or, Medicare Advantage, what a ripoff it is for Americans. There's a lot of things that dwarf the tens of millions of dollars that are spent on Sesame Street in Iraq, which, frankly, based upon what we did to that country, we should be putting
a few Sesame
into stuff like this.
Yeah.
Or are we actually helping fund things in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we promised that we would rebuild that country after we destroyed it.
There's been past studies that 1 in 4 Americans, it ranges on in the election cycle, don't even know who the vice president is. So if she's saying that, of course they don't know these very obscure line items.
There was a ton of Americans who didn't know who Kamala Harris was. They went to the polls and they were like, "Where's Joe Biden? What about Joe Biden? Where's Joe Biden at?"
I'm the one who's telling everybody.
The point is,
I'm sure there were people that were like, "Donald Trump is running again? What?"
Yeah, we should be educating the public more about what our government does. But all of this has been available because of the inspectors general and what they do through the normal.
Yeah, I mean, Sesame Street is awesome.
Functions of our government.
No, it's not
auditing
Inspector
these.
General. Listen, all this stuff that USAID did, except for maybe some of the covert stuff, is laid out on their website.
Yeah, I said, yeah, that's sort of the weird thing about USAID is, before we glaze it up too hard, it is something that the United States has kind of used in some clandestine ways. I don't know, there is a not so great side to it, but a lot of what it does is just like what Sam is talking about, getting these ready-made, the protein paste, the pre-digested food for victims of massive malnutrition and starvation out into place to save people's lives. A lot of it is soft power, and the purpose for it, ostensibly is to promote American influence, but in the process they end up doing some pretty good stuff.
We don't know anything that wasn't readily available before. Go ahead.
Benny, it was only when Elon Musk and his young team of guys with their sabers,
big balls,
got into it. They found this stuff, right, and told people.
They didn't find it. They just they publicized it.
Well, exactly. But that's how the
publicize it with horrible context. Go ahead.
They publicized it.
Well, exactly.
In order to enable policies that the American people don't want. The whole purpose of USAID was a red herring, was to distract people with oh, did you know that they're doing trans plays in Brazil or Argentina? They're spending money on, whatever, while they cut Medicaid, while they cut SNAP, and ultimately go for Social Security.
Exactly.
And,
that's how the
that's
how the American
authority.
That's how the American people found out about
authority
it.
To cut it.
Yes.
So Congress, Republicans control every house of Congress. They control the presidency. They could pass a bill tomorrow saying, we don't want to fund these things. But what's happening when they cut USAID is you've got literally 400,000 meals for children who are technically wasting away It's in Africa. Maybe my guests don't care about that. But the fact is that they're sitting in warehouses in Rhode Island and in Georgia right now, food that is pre-digested practically because these kids are starving, and it's sitting in warehouses. It's going bad, and they have no way to ship it.
Okay.
Because USAID has been shut down.
All right, Benny.
I'm sorry.
Benny?
That's not constitutional or legal.
Okay, Benny.
Jillian's thinking, I gotta find out where those warehouses are so I can go by and get some of that pre-digested protein for my gains.
Incredible. So I've heard the Constitution thrown around a lot here. All right, let's talk about Article 2 of the Constitution. The executive branch has a clause called the vesting clause. The vesting clause makes one single man that is elected by the whole American people the only
this is the unitary executive bullshit
position in the federal government that has the entire whole of the country elect him is the president.
Pause it for a second. I just want to like
just say you're a fucking Yarvanite, Benny. Just say you're a Yarvanite and get it over with. You know what he's saying. He believes in a fucking dictator. This penis-faced man who's about to explode bullshit all over all of us, who's about to shoot huge ropes of propaganda into the face of the unwitting audience. Like this man is a Yarvanite.
Because I'm sitting here going like
this man is a traitor not just to the country, but to humanity. All right. This tech bro shit is a betrayal of humanity.
I'm listening to this and I'm going like, wait, where is he going?
About to get myself banned here, chat.
With this, like
when I say what I think the proper punishment for such a betrayal to humanity is, chat, I am treading on a Twitch ban myself.
The vesting clause. He's the only person to be like, where is he going with this? And I will tell you, spoiler alert, nowhere. No
sour worms? Yeah, sour worms do sound good.
Because I want you to feel he's building this argument with his voice as if I'm about to make this profound conclusion about the existence of a president who is the only person elected across the country. And
but the vesting power is about the public vesting the executive.
Chat, are we thinking of the kind of gummy worms that are just gummy? Or the kinds that have the sour, like the Sour Patch gummy worms.
Branch with, like, by electing him, essentially. This isn't about all right, whatever. Well, let's hear where he's going.
People. The only position in the federal government.
The sour ones?
That has the entire whole of the country elect him is the President of the United States, who is vested with the power to oversee the executive. And that includes congressional spending. That includes the functionary of the
literally fucking Nixon shit here.
First of all, I don't know what congressional spending really means. I don't want to get too technical here, although he's making a constitutional argument, this professor.
Wait, sour keys?
There's no congressional spending. There is congressional appropriation. And those legislative powers to appropriate are both exclusive and explicit by the Constitution given to Congress. The executive has the exclusive power to execute the directives from Congress when it comes to appropriations. He's just making this up. He just read it. Somebody fed this to him. It's such a half-baked theory. It's just absurd. Go ahead. Go back a little bit.
It's almost a pre-digested theory, Sam. Did you think about that? Chat, I wish that Sam Seder would run into my content. That would be, did you think of that? Pre-digested. It's kind of coming full circle here. Benny Johnson swallowing the pre-digested take.
President
without fully understanding what it is he's putting in his mouth.
United States.
Much like Jillian's supplements, right? It's all coming full circle. Yeah, look, it's all.
Who is vested with the power to oversee the executive. And that includes congressional spending. That includes the
Rainbow Sour Belt
functionaries of the government, including the commander-in-chief. There are appointed judges. There are elected at state and local levels, members of Congress, but only the president is elected by the whole American people. Now, I have a...
That means...
Shut up.
Nothing. There is a legislative vesting clause. There is an executive vesting clause.
Yep.
There is a judicial vesting clause in terms of what their enumerated powers are. It has nothing to do with how they are elected or why they are elected. It is the government was set up in this way, and it's just by sheer sort of like talking like this, he thinks he's making a point.
And using the word vest, but we know that that is not one.
I mean, bro thinks he's cooking.
Powers that is vested in that part of the Constitution. The part that we're describing about having the power of the purse is vested to Congress. Congress.
The powers that we're talking about typically are like pardons and treaties.
Yes.
Not line item vetoes.
Right.
Only the president is elected by the whole American people. Now, I have a giant map in my studio. I don't know if your production team...
All right, pause it. Now, listen, this is where I made a huge mistake. This is where I made a huge mistake, and I'm going to own it. Because he's talking about this giant map in his studio. Continue. See if you can pick out what mistake I made at this point.
It is. This is what America decided in 2024. In a landslide and with the popular vote, the whole of the American people decided
what was Sam's mistake?
To vest a single man, Donald Trump, to hunt down waste, fraud, and abuse. Because while maybe there are some type of programs that you might view as just, what I view as just.
So what I'm getting from this is that the Trump cult sees something special about the 2024 election. Right? Something more authoritative, something more, that almost that Donald Trump was elected to something more than just presidency. That's how they think of it. And, if you point to the map and you imagine that land should be able to vote rather than people, then it's pretty impressive. But if you actually look at the numbers, if you actually look at the percentage, you will see that Trump won by 1.5%. Which is one of the most narrow wins. It's the opposite of a mandate. It is not some claim for this is not like Roosevelt's victory over, honestly, Trump is a lot closer to Hoover than he is to Roosevelt. Hoover was a man who met the issues of the time with a prescription of economic austerity. When what Americans needed was material, an injection of material wealth. And instead they were given austerity. This caused a disaster. This compounded and made worse the Great Depression. And this caused a landslide election for FDR in which he actually was given quite a mandate. Trump's mandate is nothing compared to FDR's, nothing even compared to Reagan's. Almost any election that you could find is a more convincing win than Trump 2024, with the exception of Trump 2016, where he actually didn't win the majority of the popular vote, or George W. Bush 2000 when he did not win. Those are the only two less impressive victories than 2024. But what is Sam's mistake? Narwhals by nature says 13 colonies. Weaponizes conspiracy theories and religion to elevate himself. It's the Super Mario Brothers flag, not the real USA flag. Oh, the flag is 13 colonies. I gotcha. Yeah, you're right. He had one of those 13 star flags.
Is feeding the American people. What I view as just is filling the potholes, educating, healthcare, and the capacity.
I don't think that anything that Trump or Doge is doing right now is going to result in having potholes fucking filled. What a jackass.
Congress to serve Americans. And so, what America voted for was America first, and transgender operas in Chile isn't exactly America first. And to say that USAID was
you've said a lot of words, but you've said nothing. You haven't addressed the Constitution.
Yo, Izzy with the 5 gifted. Bloody Teeth, you just got weaseled. Mitten Kitten, you just got weaseled. Lithium 19, you just got weaseled. Dr. McRib, didn't you just get weaseled recently too? Can people be double weaseled? I don't even know. Anyway, and Mila Risson, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
The Supreme Court cases, the Impoundment Control Act, none of that. You can
pause it. Okay, listen, here is the mistake I made. When he pointed to his big map in his studio, I should have said, did Russia pay for that?
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
He got millions of dollars from...
Did Russia pay? Well, they're definitely giving him his fucking talking points.
From the Russian government. Now, he didn't know.
We did indeed hit the dono goal.
He didn't know. He wasn't savvy enough to realize that Mr. Gregorian from Belgium wasn't real because, of course, of the one-page glossy.
He really deserves a lot more shit from that. He was probably like, what a nice liberal to not bring this up. But yeah, I mean, look at what he did there. Instead of like, I wonder, chat, did Pierce actually give Sam the impression? Because Sam's not this type of guy that's just got a big ego and that's going to assume, oh yeah, no, he brought me there to talk to me one-on-one, right? To give me like an hour like Mehdi Hasan. I don't think that has Sam necessarily think, like if Sam thought that he was going to go on with Piers Morgan alone, there must have been a reason that he thought that. And the fact that instead he got like this ambush where it's like 3 Republicans, 3 Trump, Glazers versus Sam Seder. No, Piers Morgan always does this kind of shit. He always stacks the deck. So many mustelids in chat, I know.
CV that he got. But I should have asked at that point. So that's on me. People say like, why didn't you refute the landslide thing? Because first of all, whether he gets a landslide or not does not allow him to break the law, to controvert the Constitution, and go against Supreme Court precedent.
Yeah, you're right. The landslide thing is a distraction.
Right, let's just play a little bit.
He didn't, for the record, under 50% at the end of the day.
This is why Sam's such a good debater.
Under 50%. You can't have a landslide.
But yeah, it would have been great if you had realized he was a tenant media guy.
The plurality.
Cases, the Impoundment Control Act, none of that. You can say that you don't think it's the right to feed starving children in Africa. That's your prerogative.
Can we address the feed starving children?
Donald Trump, I can't believe you're going with the starving children. You're going with the starving children.
No, it does. I mean, it does other things that you don't like.
All right, let me.
But it also does this.
Allow the lady in the room to speak, please.
USAID money spent.
Let Gillian have her say.
On feeding starving children or a coup in Ukraine in 2020.
Guys, let Gillian speak for a moment.
Emlo says Sam always plays the long game.
Gillian.
The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring. So
how dare you play the feeding starving children? How dare you play the starvation card, Sam?
First of all, the vast...
How dare you play the genocide card, Hasan?
Majority.
Okay, here we go.
Ooh, this is a lot to take in right here.
You know who didn't think it was a red herring? Pop up that link I just put on there from CNN. USAID reinstates contracts for...
He does seem to be getting kind of erect there. USAID reinstates contracts for Georgia company that helps feed malnourished kids after Elon Musk responds to CNN reporting.
For Georgia company that helps...
So as much as you want to say that Elon Musk was somehow exposing, USAID programs that most Americans would not agree with, here is CNN having to expose that some of what was cut is literally going to have deadly consequences. Doge doesn't know or care what the fuck it's doing. Doge doesn't care who it hurts.
Feed malnourished kids after Elon Musk responds to CNN reporting. Apparently, it was not a red herring. Apparently, she just doesn't give a shit. A friggin' shit.
Don't care at all. Neither of these ghouls.
Don't care one iota. Now, again, that's their prerogative. It's just that the United States Congress in the past has deemed it in our nation's interest to make sure that if we have the ability to feed those children, we do. Maybe it's a cynical interest. If we feed them, and all these packages, incidentally, say from the American people. Maybe it's a cynical interest because we want to project soft power. We want to have people like us because around the world, whatever it is. Continue. We'll get to that.
Julian.
The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring. So first of all, the vast majority...
Feeding starving children thing is so played out. I can't believe that you'd bring that up. That is so 2014. Sam, that's downright chuggy.
Of this USAID bloat and corruption does not go to that. Second of all, we have children starving here in America. But third of all, and what you don't know and what you have not looked into.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
there are children starving in America. She says she's a layman. Sam just addressed it. They are trying to cut SNAP. Which on average in a month, I think feeds over 40 million people in this country, which includes children. So she doesn't even know what she's talking about.
They rolled their eyes at that part too.
All right.
They want to get rid of free lunches in schools.
Both here and in Africa, which I know I care about both. She cares about neither, but is pretending.
Oh, rage, or maybe it's just the Botox.
To care about the kids in America.
It's too much to hear Benny pretend about feeding people.
Jillian, if you want to be a fitness influencer, it would be helpful, I guess, for all your future clients that you want to rip off, for them to be able to survive to adulthood, so that they can, buy whatever product that you're hucking on the marketplace.
Third of all, and what you don't know and what you have not looked into, okay, is that read a book. It's called Save 3 Lives, and it's by the Rodale family. And it has to do with the fact that
I love books written by families. Those are the best.
Big ag companies went into the developed world to addict their soil to our GMO crops. It's a money laundering game. They can grow their crops in their soil far more efficiently and did for thousands of years before ConAgra and Cargill and Monsanto and ADM went in. You just don't know that because you haven't done your homework. So you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa. When really, it is about billions of dollars going to big ag. That's what that's really about. And I've seen it firsthand when I went to South Sudan and stayed at a refugee camp. So don't play your starving children card. I can't.
Well, listen, it's not my card. It's just simply the reality. And the fascinating thing about
it is your card, though. Your game is like nobody's empathetic because children are starving. When that's not what that's really about.
USAID.
At the end of the day, the policies that you're supporting are ending up with starved children. And the policy that Sam's supporting that has nothing to do with GMOs or pesticides or Archer Daniel Midland or Carlisle or any of that shit. Nothing to do with that. And as Sam's going to say, these companies and their undue influence and their ability to shape policy has everything to do with lobbyists.
ID is a percentage point, like literally less than 1% of the U.S. budget. But because there is this attitude amongst the, frankly, it's not just the USAID. I don't like them cutting the IRS. I don't like them cutting the EPA. I don't like them cutting Labor Department. I don't like them cutting the National Labor.
Wait, someone tell me what is going on in Benny Johnson's brain.
Wait,
Like, he just sits there with this grin, and it's unclear to me, like, what it is that he thinks he's communicating. This is what they teach you in media training. If you smile, and again, like, this is a point I make a lot about why Democrats should be doing stuff like protesting and avoiding the.
Chat, I need to get media trained.
The thing tonight and coming out.
Is this like, do you send me away to media training school like you send Kaya away to obedience school?
And explaining to
Is that what you do? You send your streamer away to media training?
People why they should be upset, because it's always about the reaction shot, right?
And I come back smiling like Benny Johnson.
Like, people can tell, or are, I should say, steered towards how they should feel about things based upon the reaction shot. And so, Benny's up there smiling because he wants to, like, project that, like, he's winning the argument in some way. But his facial tics are just so strange. It's almost distracting. But go ahead.
EPA. I don't like them cutting Labor Department. I don't like them cutting the National Labor Relations Board. I don't like them cutting the FDA.
If you like the level of debt your country's in.
I don't think it's as much of a problem as you do, but here we know the debt shot off like a rocket with the Bush tax cuts. And then
let's go back to the Reagan. Let's go back to the Reagan tax cuts. Stephen Sayers with the super chat. Oh yeah, Sam. Really glad he's on our side. Red herring? Yikes.
With the Trump tax cuts, and they want to extend those. And so
yeah, that's what she's saying. She's saying it's starving kids are a red herring.
If we want to deal with the debt, and if that's a genuine concern, we can go back to the time in this country where
I gotta say, these two are some sick fucks. These are like two of the sickest people I've had. No, I watched Trump tonight. I can't say that. They're not. They're probably equally sick.
The greatest economic expansion during the 50s and the 60s, when we had a top tax marginal rate of 90% of every dollar that would be earned over $470,000. Today, it would be $3 million. And
okay, so now here's what I will say is maybe a mistake. Sam just got into policy, right? And, it's policy that he talks about all the time, because if you want to think about the United States being most prosperous, you would think of the kind of Keynesian economics that was accepted both by Republicans like Eisenhower and Democrats like LBJ back in the 50s and 60s, when the top marginal tax rate was much higher. Benny is going to either because he's just too dense to understand the level of policy, the level of granularity Sam's getting into here, or because he does not want. He wants to mischaracterize what Sam is saying. Benny's going to take what Sam is saying about the top 90%, the top 90 percentile, or the top the top marginal rate, and he's going to mischaracterize the fuck out of it.
These guys are very concerned about the debt and deficit. We have a way of raising that money. We can go back to the greatest economic time of this country. So if that's genuinely their concern, we have that power to do it. I mean, we're not spending, as a function of GDP, we're not spending significantly more per capita than we were in those years. The problem is that we don't have the revenue. There's been huge tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires.
There we go. We gotta bring it back. Always, chat always connects it to the tax cuts, especially when you're talking about the moves that Elon's making right now. Because that was the third thing. I was going to tell you three reasons that Elon's doing what he's doing. The third reason was going to be that he wants those tax cuts, and technically the tax cuts are supposed to be paid for if you put them in the budget. And like they've raised the debt ceiling massively, but the more they can cut, especially of programs like Medicaid, the closer they can get to paying the $4 trillion in tax cuts that they've got in mind.
billionaires and presided over by two Republican administrations over the past 20 years.
Okay, Benny, on that point, respond.
Piers, I love it. I love it. This is my favorite argument I've ever heard on your show. I love it. Go to the American people. Sam, I beg of you, join the DNC, run for DNC chair. I'll do anything, okay? I want your ideas to be the
Pause it for a
ideas that
second.
Democrats...
Now, this is what you say when you have absolutely no response, literally no response. You spend your entire segment of talking in basically saying, I don't think that's politically palatable.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Anything, okay? I want your ideas to be the ideas that Democrats bring to the midterms and to the 2028 election. More IRS agents. Raise taxes to 90% of wages. I love it, Sam.
No,
How do I get you in the chair, man?
90%.
How do I do it?
Every dollar.
How do I do it? Where can I donate, Sam?
Something's wrong with this guy.
Just send the money to me directly.
The greatest argument ever.
He's
You're
doing
right,
what Tim
Sam.
Pool did. Yeah, the talk over because he doesn't actually want you to have a response here.
Kind of sounds like Tim Pool there too. But who does that thing that there's the thing that he just did? I swear to God, I've seen somebody.
And also understand, like the argument that he's making, you could literally have that argument in any context and in any way. That's how generic he has to be with this. It's fascinating. I mean, this is why I found it really, really boring and tedious, because the arguments that I'm getting from both these people, and Piers doesn't want to jump in because I have a feeling that Piers doesn't.
Oh yeah, somebody was asking why it's called Weaseled. It's because you can post weasels when you get weaseled.
It's a little bit, has felt like
you get access to the emotes.
To farm this out. The arguments from both these people are so vacuous and could literally apply to like an argument we were having about a parking spot on, I'll
be right back.
That you want to get rid of all the parking spots here. I'd love to see that. There's no substance at all to what he's saying. It's completely generic, and I found it rather boring in some ways. But
how do I do it?
Every dollar.
How do I do it? Where can I donate, Sam?
Just send the money to me directly.
It's the greatest argument ever. You're right, Sam.
Taxing millionaires and billionaires actually does quite well in terms of polling. And when Americans see what wealth disparity looks like in this country today, when they actually see the wealth disparity,
we've seen
it's
wealth
quite
disparity.
popular.
It looks like a federal government that's $37 trillion in debt, spending money on total bullshit.
You don't know what wealth disparity means.
And absolute and total fraud. Hey, Sam, why don't you answer a quick question?
You can Google it and find out what it means.
Hey, Sam, why don't you answer a quick question for me? Why are the richest counties in all of America the 5 major counties in the DMV right around Washington, D.C.? Can you explain to me, what did those counties do? Are there some mineral deposits there I don't know about? Did they strike oil? Is there some type of rich industry that's created around Washington? Maybe you could answer me that question. Why are those people so filthy rich? You don't seem to like rich people, so maybe explain why.
I can answer that question.
What does DC?
We have to start a timer that we start the second somebody poses a question and then continues to talk.
Maybe you could answer me that question. Why are those people so filthy rich? You don't seem to like rich people, so maybe explain why.
I can answer that question.
What does DC?
You want me to answer it? It's lobbyists. It's lobbyists like all of the ones that have been appointed to Donald Trump's
Pause it. Wait a second. Look at what is going on with this guy's face.
It got a lot tighter all of a sudden.
Like, what is?
It got tighter.
Watch
5 degrees in temperature.
Watch his face. It's so strange. He's like trained himself to sort of like have only like a bizarre smirk. Now, listen, I feel like I got smugness down. I feel like I do that pretty well. I can't make head nor tails out of what he is trying to communicate with that face. It looks like I don't know. It looks like he's about to vomit or something. I can't tell. But go ahead.
Why?
I can answer that question.
What does DC?
You want me to answer it,
Sam?
It's lobbyists. It's lobbyists like all of the ones that have been appointed to Donald Trump's cabinet and to political positions. rich lobbyists for all sorts of these industries that you supposedly have a problem with. I mean, that's where all the money is being made. It's not being made by federal workers. It's being made by lobbyists.
Pause it. Now, I should also say, I did not include contractors.
Yeah.
Private contractors. Now, you could argue like they are, lobbying to get contracts too, but it's private contractors and maybe a large percentage of those are defense contractors as well. But it's the point remains. It's all of these corporations that they supposedly have a problem with. And Donald Trump, pull up a list of Donald Trump's lobbyists in Donald Trump's cabinet. It's extraordinary.
You mean Arlington, Virginia isn't full of people who perform in trans operas?
It is. I mean, maybe there are lobbyists but it is extraordinary how many lobbyists are in his cabinet.
His literal attorney general was a lobbyist for the government of Qatar and then some major corporations in this country as well.
And he hires, if not lobbyists, then just executives who hire lobbyists. For instance, like the Forestry Service. I just mentioned they replaced a soil scientist who is the head of the Forestry Service with a logging company executive. They're doing this at every turn. The head of the FDA. I think maybe we'll have Papantonio on to talk about this thing. The head of the FDA was a top lawyer protecting drug companies that were getting sued left and right. I mean, everything that they supposedly have based their entire fake populist movement on is completely being controverted by Donald Trump, and they don't care. Good.
By federal workers, it's being made by lobbyists. And those are sent by corporations. If you will join me as part of my campaign that you're interested in me running the Democratic Party, in calling for Donald Trump to fire all of the lobbyists he's hired so far, it wouldn't leave many people left in the government. But if you'll join me with that, we can start to chip away at that problem you have with the counties around D.C.
We've just got some breaking news from this.
Okay. And then they went on to talk about how all this Epstein news is going to be huge, and they're very excited about it. Donald Trump's chief of staff, former lobbyist. Sean Duffy, former lobbyist. Collins, former lobbyist. That's just off the top of my...
You said Pam Bondi, right?
Pam Bondi, you said.
Yep. I mean, it doesn't just need to be lobbyists. I mean, you have literal CEOs like Howard Lutnick, who is now the Commerce Secretary, who has his company has Cantor Fitzgerald has all of these crypto holdings, and what do you know? He's supposed to be overseeing the regulation of cryptocurrency himself.
There's solutions, like just to go back to Jillian Michaels saying about the whole GMOs and stuff like that. Look, I think major ag companies should be regulated severely and maybe even nationalized. But I'd also say that organic-y type of thing that she represents, it'd be catastrophic. There's an article in Foreign Policy Magazine 2022. In Sri Lanka, organic farming went catastrophically wrong. A nationwide experiment is abandoned after producing only misery. Basically, they tried to go pesticide-free, and it caused food shortages. So these people have no real solutions other than they have a perverse incentive in that when people are sicker and aren't covered by public health, they turn to quacks like them.
Yep. Oh boy.
Well done.
Yeah, I just realized we went way over time.
That's okay, but satisfying. This is what the people want.
Anonymous. Can someone explain to me why a lesbian like Jillian Michaels is she gay?
I don't.
Yeah, I've just found that out doing research on
aligns themselves with the right and votes for Trump. When they're done with trans and immigrants, they'll eliminate her right to same-sex marriage and to parent and non-biological children. Well, you could ask the same thing of Dave Rubin.
Yeah,
you could ask the same thing of Matt Schlapp.
Yeah.
She's a businesswoman.
I mean.
You can ask the same thing of any marginalized group that votes for the Republicans. The reality is that they put their class interests ahead of those of those incursion into their rights because they are under the impression that they will be spared. They are just fundamentally selfish people, and also being lesbian or being gay doesn't exclude you from transphobia. There are plenty of TERFs who are lesbians.
Well, Benny Johnson was slamming trans people. Is he not gay?
He's not gay.
He's not?
He's not. Yeah.
Seriously? Oh,
yeah, it's a little confusing.
Just a plagiarist.
But yeah, I mean, like a lot of this TERF movement, trans exclusionary radical feminists, they use feminist language to pervert feminism to exclude trans people from it. Like they are we get to these markers in our history where there's like a baseline in terms of like what is acceptable with like how to treat women or whatever, and they use the rights that have already been accrued and pervert them to burn the bridge behind them and make it so that trans people are marginalized. And they're under the naive impression that they won't come for them next. But we saw I think it's North Dakota, there might be another state that is escaping me, they're already introducing resolutions trying to overturn Obergefell and gay marriage.
Yep.
But for her, she's rich, so it's fine.
Who cares?
She's trying to make money.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out. Speaking of scams, let's check in on Joe Rogan hosting his, I don't know, 4th tech billionaire of the month. What is it, like Andreessen? He's had all of them on, right? Sachs, Andreessen,
Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg. Did Peter Thiel show up, or is he too shy?
We should call him nation state media.
My God.
Thiel was just on Rubin.
Exactly.
I forced myself to watch that.
I did not anticipate being away for that long. Chat, this is Benny Johnson. Did anyone catch that? He's not gay, right? Benny Johnson, famously not gay. Famously not gay. That's the other thing, is that Benny Johnson is like I feel like there's not that many. Like the closet is not as full as it used to be. All right, you know what I'm saying, chat? Can we agree on that? Like there was a time period where anyone in the closet, like, right, it was, you know, the perfect, like, you know, there was, like, you would have thought that people would have come out. Even on the Republican Party, there was a time in which, you know, like, Dave Rubin wasn't getting that much shit for being gay. My home Wi-Fi is broken. I'm forced to use mobile data. Oh no, that's the worst, Jessica. Sam scaring the audience by popping out of nowhere. Yeah, and me scaring the audience by not coming back soon enough. Jillian is a grotesque transphobe. True. Benny taking another straight. I don't know if Sam might know, and he just like was being very sarcastic about that. I don't know. Matt on point. Yeah, I mean the way that Jillian is talking about that is like oversimplified. The idea that we could transition the world away from the green revolution, which is really what you're talking about, you know, just like overnight, and not have a concern about the physical realities about being able to feed everybody in the world, right? Now, like, obviously, some of those, you know, techniques of agriculture have drawbacks, and it is, you know, probably a good idea to look into different ways that we could do that and try it on a small scale. But yeah, what Matt was saying about, where did he say that was? Where they did an experiment with organic wholesale switching to organic farming, and it caused a giant food shortage. Yeah, you can't fuck with food the way that they seem to think. Oh yeah, you know, just go back to the natural methods. They're obviously superior. And it's like, I mean, that's not to say that big companies like Monsanto, you know, when they're creating genetically modified foods, they're not doing it for the reason of profit, and that ends up hurting, us, the consumer, because that absolutely does happen, right? A lot of the genetic modification is to make the plant tolerate more, more pesticide, which probably isn't great. So yeah, and there's lobbyists and there's conflict of interest, and those industries are super corrupt. But at the same time, um, you cannot trust Jillian Michaels with your food supply. Okay, that's gonna get people starved to death. It was Sri Lanka. Thank you, Got Morsel. David Brock's book "Blinded by the Right" is an eye-opener, memoir of gay Republican culture in the 90s. Wait, David Brock. Where do I know that name from? Oh, wasn't he a guest of MR? I feel at some point. Vinny gets to plagiarize Trump talking points for a living, and it all worked out for him. It does indeed. Vinny, I did not search for the gay cruise, Johnson. Yeah, indeed. So anyway, chat, we hit the dono goal. And it looks like right now, more Ethan Seething is ahead. Now, if anybody, I'm going to give you like a couple of minutes to. Oh wait, yeah, I got to put my music on while I do this. So yeah, I want to give people a chance. If anybody, like right now, Ethan Seething is ahead by like 8 points or so. If anybody's donated and you want to add your donation to one of these topics, give it a little boost, see if you can get it over the line. Let me know in the chat. And if you same thing if you are donating in the next few minutes, because I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes and then be like, speak now or forever hold your peace. That kind of thing. Yeah, cancel the tax cuts, exactly. That's the whole, you really want to balance the budget? Okay, stop giving our money away to rich people. Haven't they taken enough from us already? Concept of the producers was based around... Makes so much sense now, yeah. My bucks go for Sabine. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. Let's put that, look at that, 30, all right, 30 for Sabine, plus 17. 17 equals 47. Oh, wait, is that, no, Ethan's at 40. Okay, so that's ahead. Anybody else? Is this Trump's aversion to leafy greens being the cockroach that he is? Wait, does Trump have an aversion to leafy greens? I don't know why people don't understand if you eat the pesticide-resistant plant, you can't you gain its pesticide resistance. Yes, you can eat as many pesticides as you want. That's the American way. The drum sample? But anyway, yeah, chat, if anybody wants to change up what we're getting, it looks like it's gonna be Sabine, Professor Dave, and Sabine coming down the line here. And I haven't even checked in on this. It's just a drama that's been going on. I don't know if we have to go back to the beginning here. Professor Dave, Sabine. I feel like they've gone back and forth a little bit. All right, let's go back to the beginning. I like this song. What's it called? You're gonna hate what it's called. It's called #X. Like as in #X. But it was written before X was a thing. But you know, when I'm starting to look into this game, chat, I kind of want to play this game. Like I feel like this could be a topical game. I'm gonna see if I can get it. Because I just don't know if it's available not in Japanese. It's from the Sega Saturn. You have a lot of opinions about Dave and Sabine. Yeah, I haven't even checked into this drama, so we're gonna watch a video that's a little bit old, just to, you know, for those of you who like me haven't followed this. But yeah, it's from the Soul Hackers OST. Play something if you're looking for it. Soul Hackers is the game that I really want to play. Because there's this thing called like Paradigm or something, and I feel like it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot in that game that's like it's in a game like from the 90s or something. It's from like the late 90s, and it was like it somehow parallels a lot of what's going on right now. I don't know. I'll do more research, chat. I'll see if I can actually play it. You remember the Sega Saturn? Was it as cool as the one that people really like is the Dreamcast, right? But yeah, if nobody else wants to weigh in, either with a donation or by telling me where to put their donation, I will take us into Professor Dave and.
Hey everyone, so most of you saw my video last week on Sabina Hassenfelder. The response was mixed, but its detractors...
Wait, is this the first one?
Hey everyone, as you are aware, I spend a lot of time debunking science...
Professor Dave, I love how you talk, bro.
...deniers and charlatans of all varieties. Today I'm going to do something a little bit different. The subject of this video is not really a science denier, nor a charlatan, but rather a fellow science communicator named Sabina Hassenfelder. Therefore, this will not be a debunk so much as commentary on an aspect of her work that I view to be problematic. So let's get started. Now, most of you are probably already familiar with Sabina, as she is quite...
Wait, it would have been like around the same time as Existence, I think.
...popular. She has 1.5 million subscribers and has put out almost 700 videos, largely focusing on physics, as she has a professional background in theoretical physics and astrophysics. She therefore may seem like an unlikely subject for this type of video, particularly if you've seen me dunk on frauds like flat earthers and electric universe proponents, as well as propaganda peddlers like James...
Wait, I'm sorry, chat. What's the electric universe? What's the electric universe theory?
Discovery Institute. But you've also seen me expose less transparently problematic people like...
Oh, this piece of shit.
Eric Weinstein. Sabina is not like Eric Weinstein.
I actually don't know as much about Eric Weinstein as I do about Brett Weinstein.
Either, but they have at least one thing in common that merits elucidation. We will get to that in just a moment. First, to demonstrate the good...
Wait, it's one of the best titles. See, I don't know. How have I not played this yet? How have I... You know, here's what it was, Ophelia. I got Soul Hackers 2, and that game did not get positively reviewed. Especially people who had played the original, they did not like it. They did not like it at all. Oh, geez, he's got a video about Brett and Eric, too. God, Dave does some good work.
Faith nature.
I mean, if you were to judge Professor Dave by his enemies, you know, that's you know, judge him pretty well.
Of my approach to this commentary, I would like to start by highlighting a few examples of Sabina's work that I consider to be good science communication.
Digital Devil Saga?
Physicists call the...
Wait, I think I know that one. Is that the one where they're in, like, there's like there's all these different, like, groups, and they're fighting each other, and they're like to go into this tower thing. Is that the one?
Heat death. The word is somewhat misleading because it doesn't mean it'll be hot. To the contrary, it'll be very cold and very dark. Heat refers to the useless energy that I mentioned previously. It had better be called high entropy death.
This is a solid video. It's hard to explain concepts like entropy in a way that lay people can understand. This one does a good job of it, with a good script, good analogies, and good visuals, without avoiding the necessary technical terms like microstates.
The mass of the W boson has been measured a few times previously. You can see a summary of those measurements.
I'm sorry, I gotta say it, chat. I gotta say it. W boson. W boson.
This figure. On the horizontal axis, you have the mass of the W boson. The gray.
Oh, are you serious? That all planetary motion can be explained with the laws of electromagnetism? That's fucking wild.
The expectation if the standard model is correct. The red dots with the error bars are the results from different experiments. The
emo glove sleeve things. Are you talking about grommets? Are we talking about grommets?
one at the bottom is the result from the new analysis. What did they do to get the error bar so small? Well, for one thing, they have a lot of data, but they also did a lot of calibration cross-checks with other measurements, which basically means they know very precisely how to extract the physical parameters from the raw data.
Wait, you get your powers from eating people in that game? That's kind of awesome.
Or at least they think they do.
Honey bunches of ghosts, thank you for the follow.
Is it correct? I don't know. It could be.
This is another solid video. Summarizing results from the primary literature in physics for laypeople is also extremely difficult, and Sabina does about as well as anyone possibly can right here, without overstating or understating the relevance of the research in question. There are plenty of other videos like this on her channel, so as you can see, I would describe Sabina.
Oh, it's like a longer version of what I have. Aren't they grommets? Isn't it? Or you're talking about like the lace ones. You're talking about like the lacy ones. Is there like a different name for those?
As a solid science communicator overall, and her perspective is welcome in the
You eat the demons for your power, but the demons are people, so
landscape. However, the more you
the Chad boson. What about the Sigma boson?
Familiarize yourself with her
The
content,
beta fermion.
the more you notice a particular undercurrent that sours her output to a noticeable extent. I personally began to notice this when I observed that a fair amount of science deniers would commonly reference her.
I've kind of that's what I felt like was going on with Sabine. I haven't really kept up with her, but I felt like she was kind of courting that sort of audience.
It's a red flag without even verifying.
She looks like the vegan teacher. Oh my god, what is up with the vegan teacher? I've never gotten into that drama. Virgo, can you explain the vegan teacher to me?
Whether the videos they reference.
That shit looks wild. The vegan teacher is somebody that gets in drama with just like people from all kinds of niches, all across of social media. I don't know if it's always about veganism or what.
Support the stance of the science denier or not. When enough people are doing this, it is indicative of a tone that encourages science denial. What could this tone be in her case? As it turns out, it is a firm anti-establishment sentiment, and in particular anti-academia sentiment, which, as any viewer of my debunks will recall, I consistently describe as the single characteristic that unites all science denial. This is the way in which Sabina is similar to a figure like Eric Weinstein. Now, to be clear, Sabina is not Eric Weinstein. She does not proclaim to have a brilliant theory of everything, whine about how nobody will take it seriously, and then
she's not going to pull her face off like a mask and reveal Eric Weinstein was underneath the whole time. Yeah.
Evolve into a toxic toddler while evading any and all legitimate criticism of her completely unsubstantive work. Sabina also is not paid by Peter Thiel to undermine public perception of academic institutions. Sabina is...
Am I expecting too much? Yeah, and expecting somebody to explain it all in one chat? I don't know. I just don't know anything. I honestly don't know anything. Super close to 100 likes?
Not a charlatan. She has at times associated with Eric in the way of appearing.
I mean, we should definitely hit 100 likes. That's a good thing to do.
Alongside him in podcasts, but this does not make her his crony. In fact, she has outright stated to Eric's face that she doesn't understand or care much about geometric unity, and she even published Tim Nguyen's rebuttal to it on her blog. So they certainly are not the same. But
this video seems weird, and I like Sabina. Well, we'll look at the. I mean, there's more. There's a whole back and forth, I think, between Sabina and Professor Dave. So, but the first thing is like, I mean, and I guess I don't know. I'm not an expert on Sabine's content. Did she have like a video on trans people though, like a few years ago that was like really fucking off? Am I mixing that up? I don't want to mix her up with somebody else. Did she?
But once again, they share this common thread of promoting anti-establishment narratives to a degree that is unreasonable, which is particularly damaging coming from a respectable figure formerly within academia, and examining examples of this rhetoric in her work will be the focus of this commentary. Take a look at this video. The text on the thumbnail reads, "I failed."
Wait, are we talking, sorry, McGoggles, she's not a positive for any side she picks. Are we talking about the vegan teacher?
Why academia sucks. From the title, we can surmise that she is going to be talking about her own personal experience. But think about how this...
Sitting Cow says Sabina's great for what she's good at, which is, I'm guessing, theoretical physics, but she sucks at the same time.
Thumbnail would resonate with your average science-denying ignoramus who looks at scientific credentials as cause for distrust, warning everyone about evil universities and their rock...
She did make a video on trans people. Was it off?
Rockefeller narratives full of lies. Do you see how instantly compatible they are? Let's have a listen.
Because I finished my exams with excellent grades. I don't mean to brag, but I think you need this context. But I wasn't offered a job because I'm a woman. I'm not guessing that that's what happened. I know because they told me. I told him that I was under no obligation to work for him and didn't care what the rest of the students were thinking. He got angry, I laughed at him, he started shouting that I was fired and physically shoved me out of his office. This institute wasn't about knowledge discovery, it was about money making. And the more I saw of academia, the more I realized it wasn't just this particular institute and this particular professor. It was generally the case. This is why research institutions...
This video is strawmanning her?
...exert loads of pressure on researchers to bring in grant money. And partly they do this by keeping the researchers on temporary contracts so that they need grants to get paid themselves. The result is a paper production machine in which students and postdocs are burned through to bring in money for the institution. It needs to be something that fits into the existing machinery. And since most grants are 3 years or 5 years...
Dr. McGribb says, I've read she's problematic. Again, are we talking about the vegan teacher or Sabine? I'm guessing Sabine?
It also needs to be something that can be wrapped up quickly.
So it's absolutely...
Sabine takes the longest road to the dumbest conclusions just to feel right.
Fine for Sabina to tell her story.
Anyway, I'm stepping into this drama with no real, I guess a few preconceptions, but it's not anything real deep. It's mostly just like, thumbnails that I've seen, and then that one video that I barely remember, and I don't want to, judge her based on that.
Point out sexism
Sabine is problematic.
She experienced, complain about someone who had authority over her, and even lament the degree to which capitalism influences scientific research. But it is a very exaggerated and one-sided description of academia. Yes, researchers need grant money, but this is acquired by pursuing research that is innovative, probes unanswered questions, and potentially has some kind of industrial application. Good research tends to get funded. The
Funkmaster causes I'm anti-academia because of the false meritocracy, but I don't doubt the validity of its results.
The description Sabina offers allows those with anti-science leanings to imagine a soul-crushing factory devoid of imagination that exclusively manufactures technology for resource extraction and military campaigns. It's just not real. My only personal experience with research is in synthetic organic chemistry, but every single other graduate student I knew was just doing chemistry, coming up with new reactions, trying to synthesize specific molecules. There was nobody there from the Pentagon asking about how their research strengthens national security. There are certain examples in certain sectors.
So wait, what exactly is she alleging?
That align with the narrative.
Like it sounds like that there's more of a... that there's a perverse incentive involved in the grant process, right? Is that basically her point.
Sabina is describing, no doubt, but to paint with such a broad brush and brand the entirety of academia this way is just dishonest, tasteless, and quite frankly amounts to nothing but sour grapes. The way the video continues is also disheartening.
The other thing that happened was that the more I saw of
McGoggle says I'd say she was transphobic.
Foundations of physics, the more I became convinced that most of the research there wasn't based on sound scientific principles. I know this sounds wild, like I'm the crank next door on YouTube.
It is indeed a crazy thing to propose. The idea that most physics research is not based on scientific principles is just patently false at face value. This is a shameful thing for her to have said.
Wait, is that what she was saying? Most physics research is not based on sound scientific principles?
I never intended it to be offensive. I just explained why thinking up new particles isn't a good strategy for progress in physics, and why that had gotten an entire discipline stuck. And naive as I was, I expected physicists to think about it. I expected rational debate.
Jen says, honestly, I think Professor Dave is overly defending academia. Yeah, only through his lens. Social sciences are still have ongoing replication crisis, but Sabine is also projecting her grievances on everything. Rashi says, I hope Professor Dave mentions MIT. Double Dust JFC, glad I never paid attention to her. Lizzie says, how is this false at face value? Kind of went on off the deep end. Vegan teacher did.
But that never came. No one was interested. No one is interested.
But the discipline absolutely isn't stuck.
Well, I've definitely disagreed with both of these two before. It's been a long time since I've covered either of them, though.
This is where Sabina is sounding like Eric Weinstein.
I did like Dave's video on the Weinsteins. I thought that he did a,
narrative that particle physics or
Trans Athletes in Sports by Sabine 2 years ago. That's the one.
Physics in general is at some kind of impasse is a popular narrative among science deniers and pseudoscience peddling charlatans. Sabina is different in that she is not peddling anything. She has no alternate pseudo theory that she pushes. But the core message is similar, and it reminds me of Electric Universe grifters like Wal Thornhill.
Yo, Amlo Aluche, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for becoming a weasel.
Physics is lost. They don't do science anymore, only math. Heads stuck in the clouds. Wall used to spew this script all the time, and Sabina mirrors this script too closely for comfort.
By my mid-30s, I had somehow miraculously managed to get married and have 2 children. But I couldn't find a job anywhere near my husband.
Okay, Jessica Bell says, Sabine's argument is that academia has decayed into a bureaucratic churn mill where you spend more time writing research grant proposals than in the actual lab.
So for several years, I commuted.
I mean, generally, like, my only distrust for academia is when there is, a perverse monetary incentive there, or when it's sort of captured, through capitalist, through depending on the favors of capitalists, or you could even say, I mean, look at what happened in a bunch of universities where the pressure was applied to them and they kicked out students based on protesting the genocide of our times. Unfortunately, one of the genocides of our times.
From Frankfurt to Stockholm. And yes, those cities are actually in different countries. After 5 years of my murder commute, I just couldn't do it anymore. My mental health was worse than ever.
I do feel for Sabine, though. Her experiences are very common for women in POC. When she said grad students are burned through, that's extremely common. PhD students drop like flies by year 3.
I was permanently stressed out. I was feeling guilty.
I mean, one of the worst experiences I had was in a weeding class, right, in undergrad, which, there were certain classes that I think it was general chemistry was a prerequisite to, that they didn't really have many faculty for. And so for that reason, they used Gen Chem as a weed out class.
For not working more and not spending more time with my kids. I had
And thus they sort of put students through hell in terms of having to study for that class more than I've ever studied for anything in my life. I had to live, breathe, and speak chemistry 24/7 to pass.
several nervous breakdowns. I was constantly ill. I decided I'd go back to Germany and not move out of the country again until the kids were out of school. Instead, I applied for research grants on projects that lasted 1, 2, or 3 years and that could be located in Germany.
Again, all of this is fine. This is her story, and she's entitled to tell it. But that she wasn't able.
Oh, geez, Funkmaster Ka, organic chemistry. Yeah, that's another. Honestly, I feel like organic is a very tough class, but for some reason, my school, I don't feel like they had high expectations for us. I felt like, strangely, just based on the school that I went to, I felt like organic was a cakewalk, and they didn't concentrate enough on the reasons for the reactions. Like, if you want to really understand the reactions, you've got to understand what's happening at an atomic level. And they did not emphasize that. They emphasized, you put this kind of substance together with this kind of substance under these conditions, and, what comes out of that. Like, what kind of reaction goes on? What's the, type of reaction, and what is what do you yield?
Find a job nearby at that particular time is.
But because of that, I feel like I really got a substandard, understanding of organic, where I really wanted to understand it in a deeper level. But it was just really, they gave us to organic to get to biochem. That was basically it. The organic there wasn't, for anything more than just understanding a few concepts that you kind of need to really get biochem.
It's not indicative of some massive problem with academia. That's just life. There are lawyers who finish law school and then can't find a job.
Give us an exam the day after spring break. Oh, that's rough.
Because no law firms are hiring. This is a broad societal problem that is tied to the status of an economy, which is a political issue that transcends the confines of academic institutions. Even Einstein, with a college degree in math and physics from the top institution in Switzerland, couldn't find an academic job at first. So in order to make a living, he had to look for any job that would hire him. He settled on a position as a clerk in the Swiss Patent Office, and the rest is history. The boring and easy job gave his mind plenty of time to think about his doctoral thesis and other revolutionary ideas. And in
if Einstein did it, why can't you?
1905, he changed the.
If Einstein did it, why can't you?
With his 3 big papers of that year. Even top minds sometimes struggle. That's life. Blaming the scientific community for this is disingenuous.
But I knew it was bullshit, just as most of the work.
You had the same experience with Gen Chem goggles?
That area is currently bullshit, and just as most of academic research that your taxes pay for is almost certainly bullshit.
This is the problematic language. No, it is not the case that the majority of scientific research is bullshit. This is something science deniers say. Most of it is not revolutionary. Most of it is irrelevant to the general public, or in Thomas Kuhn's language, normal science, but it is not bullshit. It's just science, which fills in gaps in our knowledge a little.
Good for Gabby. Thank you for the super sticker.
At a time. It's researchers expanding the scope of their field in tiny increments, applying a particular chemical reaction to a.
What's this one called? Lemon character moving his head left to right with the mouth wide open and hearts in his eyes.
Different starting material, collecting and indexing thousands of archaeological artifacts, performing taxonomic identification of new species of butterflies. Most scientific output is kind of boring. even for people who are familiar with the field. That doesn't make it bullshit.
Wait, what's like the red? Is she supposed to have a pimple? What's the red thing?
True that sometimes papers reach incorrect conclusions, and sometimes these aren't corrected for years. It depends on the attention that it attracts. The more groundbreaking the work, the more likely it is to be scrutinized and therefore either refuted or confirmed. Science does not always advance in a perfectly straight line. Scientists are people just like everyone else, subject to wishful thinking, bias, error, and once in a while, even dishonesty. That's not a science problem, it's a people problem. The system always eventually corrects itself and science advances. Let's see what else we can find. Scientific progress is slowing down. But why? And the thumbnail reads, "Is science dying?" I'm sorry, this is preposterous. Again, look at this from the perspective of the science denier who desperately wants all of science to be wrong. If only empirical knowledge didn't exist, then my ridiculous conspiratorial fantasies could spread their wings and fly without any challenge from reality. If science dies, I can replace it with my pseudoscience. And this scientist lady says it's true, so I'm going to click and pretend to listen, even though the conclusion I want to take away from it is already set in stone.
Is a foldable phone a breakthrough invention? Is gradually cramming more and more pixels and transistors into headsets a sign of progress? Aren't machines on the moon more of an engineering feat than a scientific revelation? Is this the end of science? I've talked about this a few times previously, and I do think science is in big trouble indeed.
Again, this is just ridiculous. She listed 2 random products and then concluded that science isn't doing anything. This would be unfair to express even about her own field, but
Vadim says Sabine is a total transphobe and a Zionist. Yeah, we figured out I vaguely remembered the video that she made on trans people from, 2 years ago?
Extending that to every other
Have not heard her takes on Israel-Palestine.
field with their respective frontiers that she knows nothing about is extremely arrogant and unreasonable.
With this measure, they find that the research productivity has steeply decreased since the 1960s and 70s. From the way that they've defined it, this means...
Even if this vid is AI slop, oh, you mean his images? Wait, is he using AI? I thought he was just using, like, stock images. Sabine transmits info in a weird... The way that Sabine transmits info is weird.
Of all the scientists alive, fewer and fewer are contributing to key discoveries. They looked at 45 million papers stretching back to 1945, as well as 3.9 million patents, and at how often those papers and patents were cited. Then they measured whether a new paper or patent made citations to earlier work redundant, which they say is a sign of a disruptive breakthrough. Using this metric, they found clear evidence that both papers and patents have become less disruptive over time in all areas that they looked at.
This all may seem reasonable at face value, but there's a lot of nuance missing. First of all, it is far easier to attain breakthroughs in a nascent field. The more a field has developed, the harder it is to do something revolutionary, the harder it is to innovate. When it comes to physics, chemistry, biology, and other well-established fields that have enjoyed several centuries of development, it's just not as easy to break new ground as it once was. That's the nature of the scientific process. And this graph goes all the way back to 1750, a time when we didn't even know that atoms and molecules exist. So it's not a fair comparison. Fast forwarding to modern day, not everything has to be a breakthrough in order to advance the field. Sometimes a singular breakthrough occurs, and this will shine a spotlight on a particular new area that needs to be explored, such that hundreds or even thousands of researchers can work on that new area for several decades to catch up to new theories. The better we understand nature, the harder it is to come up with results that revolutionize our conception of nature. It's as simple as that. It gets a lot worse. Here's a video called "This is Why Physics is Dying."
Yeah, I gotta say the main thing that puts me off about Sabine's stuff, and like I'm saying, I'm being really honest with you, I don't know enough about her content to really, make a judgment. Obviously, the kind of turfy, and but I just haven't seen a lot of her other than the trans video that was bad. But what I do see is like thumbnails like this, and I'm looking at the side. I'm looking at the side, you know, all the recommended videos from her on the side, right? There's a video by her called "I Was Asked to Keep This Confidential." I was asked to keep this confidential. They don't want you to know. You know what I mean? Like that just there's something about the framing like that. What the issue that I kind of have with her, aside from the transphobia and the rest of it, which I haven't really seen, is that she seems to be targeting like, yeah, people that just want to be like, yeah, what do these scientists know anyway? What do they know anyway? They say that, I don't know.
Frustrated Sabina is on the thumbnail
Thumbnails do not paint a good picture. That's
exclaiming, still the same crap.
It's exactly the same crap as with string theory and supersymmetry and inflation and dark sectors and many other research bubbles in the foundations of physics. It's mathematical fiction. It's nothing to do with reality anymore. I don't understand why people get paid for doing this.
Sabina is sounding like Wal Thornhill again, complaining about how physicists get paid to do math.
I recently heard Eric Weinstein say in a video that we're seeing the beginning of a collapse in the foundations of physics because it's so obvious now that string theory was a huge.
You can't say they, NCC. She's being quite coy with conspiracy theorists. Fair. She's playing 40. Oh, that's true. That she could be. Yeah. Well, that's a good point. Play something. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that I don't feel comfortable judging her based on her thumbnails alone. Being that that's like 90% of what I've seen from her. Like I get a sense from what audience that she is trying to appeal to, but I don't necessarily know the why, right? Because videos often will sort of clickbait as a way to educate. And, you know, if you're clickbaiting, like, did we even go to the moon? And the video is like, actually, here's all the proof that that the moon landing did happen. Then, you know, you're not really, you might be targeting conspiracy theorists, but not for the reason of reinforcing their beliefs.
Huge mistake. I think you're wrong, Eric. This will keep on going and going until physics is entirely dead. What we're seeing now is just that the senior people are handing over to their students.
If you didn't believe me earlier that Sabina and Eric have something in common, there's your proof. Nobody should be agreeing with Eric on anything, least of all this script about physics being hopelessly stuck because of string theory. She then goes on a very Weinstein-like rant where she rattles off some physics terminology rapid fire in a way that very clearly is not meant to convey any information to lay people, but rather serves to proclaim, I know what I'm talking about.
In which they claim that loop quantum gravity doesn't have an
that sweater is cool.
issue with Lorentz invariance. There's the smallest possible area that you can have, which is proportional to the square of the Planck length. A minimal area isn't compatible with Lorentz invariance. It just isn't. If you quantize the angular momentum operator, then the spectrum of eigenvalues is discrete, and that doesn't violate rotational invariance, and it works similarly in loop quantum gravity with Lorentz invariance. But it's so frustrating to see that this is still going on. They're still discussing the same nonsense as 20 years ago.
I'm not a physicist. I don't know if she's right or wrong. This could even be a completely valid criticism of a particular subset of physicists. That's not.
She had a questionable video about autism too.
The point here. The point is that this is bad science communication. There is nothing of substance here for the viewer to latch onto. All they can do is walk away, having absorbed some kind of vague, vicarious frustration and the general sense that physics is hopelessly stuck. Which it isn't.
Is she also a vector for the alt-right in Germany like Eric is?
This whole physics hasn't done anything new in 50 years song and dance is totally meritless. Within this century, we observed gravitational waves.
Well, I think a lot of, I don't know if, I feel like Dave's problem with the Weinsteins is more, you know, their misuse of science than it is like a political. I mean, Dave is political and he is on the left for sure, but I feel like if I remember correctly, the Weinstein brothers video that I saw was not, you know, wasn't really concentrating that much on politics.
We found the Higgs boson. We directly imaged a black hole. We experimentally determined the
Figure Drawing says, I've seen many of her videos. She's smart, but often a quack, like her free will videos. I gotta do more research on her, chat.
mass of the neutrino. We generated Bose-Einstein condensate. We've discovered thousands of
Him being wrong doesn't redeem the bad discourse.
exoplanets. Physics, in all of its subdisciplines, is doing just fine. Is string theory super awesome and totally valid? Who knows? I certainly don't. Maybe it will never, ever pan out. But it's not the only thing happening in physics, nor is it the only thing that gets funded. Not by a long shot. When figures like...
It's more like the only thing that gets attention, or one of the things that gets a lot of attention outside of the field.
Sabina or Eric rail against string theory, it's just a scapegoat for their anti-academia rhetoric.
What happened instead is that everyone who works on this just repeats arguments that they all know to be wrong to keep the money coming. Because let's be real, these people sit on cozy tax-paid positions with no other task than producing useless papers that no one understands and therefore no one dares criticize.
This video is genuinely...
Funkmaster Kosh, she's allowed an opinion and he's taking it very literally.
Just one long rant. It has no educational value to the general public. It exists purely for entertainment. It exists so that a certain demographic of people who are eager to look down upon academia have a reason to throw their hands up and say, "See, I was right." That's why this video exists. We can say that Sabina has two audiences. She attracts science enthusiasts who want to learn about science. She also attracts science deniers who look for reasons to disparage and deny science. It's rather remarkable, but Sabina has managed to tap into both audiences. The problem is that the latter audience is much, much larger. Therefore, she gets a tremendous amount of positive feedback from that audience, and I feel it has polarized her content in that direction. Look at the view count on this very recent video we were just looking at. Observe that it is much higher than the other videos released around the same time. Now look at the one with "Why Academia Sucks" in the title. This one is from 6 months. Observe that it is...
Okay, 851K views. Why Physics is Dying. Other videos not getting the same number of views.
Is much higher than the other videos released around the same time. Now look at the one with "Why Academia Sucks" in the title. This one is from 6 months ago, and look at the disparity in view count with the other content.
Which one? Oh, I failed. Why Academia Sucks.
Released at that time.
Yeah, 3.1 million.
Between 100 and 200,000 views in 6 months when Sabina talks about energy storage or quantum cognition. Academia Sucks gets over 3 million. That's a pretty stark difference. Can you see now why Sabina has moved further and further in this direction as of late? It's not Sabina's fault that this is how the internet reacts to her content, but she does have a choice as to how she reacts to them, and whether or not to continue enticing this kind of audience. Once again, these are two separate audiences. One audience loves science, the other hates it. They have an axe to grind. They're the exact same people who follow the Weinsteins. They want to hear academics, or in the case of the Weinsteins, fake academics, tell them that academia is bad. They want the patrons of the ivory tower themselves to tell them that the tower is really full of filth and corruption.
Jen says, I pox on both of their houses.
They want a reason to hate knowledge and turn their backs on expertise. Sabina is rewarded when she caters to this audience, and it's hard to ignore all those clicks and all that money, especially when you're self-employed. I should know, I'm self-employed too, and do you remember when I said this?
I'm definitely not going to be making any more of these because I have much better things to do, and I'm going to get back to doing those things now.
Like teach me chemistry.
I sure did do more of those now, didn't I? Why did I do them? Money mainly, I admit it. I like getting views and making money, but these flat earth videos do not damage public perception of science. In fact, they strengthen it, which is the singular goal.
I mean, I don't, if he's jealous, it's not from views, right? Professor Dave, I think this video's got almost 1 million views in it. I think he regularly gets more views than her. Like I don't think he's jealous of her views.
Goal that unites all of my content as a science communicator.
But people that are saying he's kind of coming off as defensive, yeah, I see that.
Sabina's antics in this regard are not limited to YouTube. She has written several articles for The Guardian, and they reek of the same attitude we've highlighted so far. Yet in this case, we see her slipping into legitimate dishonesty and abject falsehood. Here she is complaining about the status of particle physics. A delightful analogy is offered about zoologists inventing new animals out of thin air. And isn't that exactly what particle physicists do? They invent exotic new particles.
Yeah, kind of, Narwhal. That's what I'm getting.
With zero basis, and then demand
the video title. Oh my God, what did I do?
This video is not really a science on expertise. Sabina is rewarded when she caters to this audience, and it's hard to ignore all those.
The video titles near that one.
Clicks and all that money, especially when you're self-employed.
Did we get 100 likes?
I should know. I'm self-employed too. And do you remember when I said this?
I'm definitely not going to be making any more of these.
Wait, which videos? The video, look at the video titles near that one.
Because I have much better things to do, and I'm going to get back to doing those things now.
Well, I sure did do more of those now, didn't I? Why did I do them? Money, mainly. I admit it. I like getting views.
I'm going to get back
for
to
him or for her?
now.
Well, I sure did do more of those now.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at that. 7.5 million off of 10 challenges for flat earthers. I had no idea, chat, that flat earth videos refuting flat earthers. I had no idea it was that popular. Man, is why I'm done with that shit. With what? Like academia?
Now, didn't I? Why did I do them?
Oh yeah, Funkmaster, you heard the thing that he said about Einstein earlier. Like where he's like, Einstein graduated and didn't immediately get a job in a field. He just found a really easy, boring job where he could write his treatise on physics at the same time that he was at work.
Money, mainly. I admit it. I like getting views and making
her video that had 3 million views.
Money. But these flat earth videos do not damage public perception of science. In fact, they strengthen it, which is the singular
was it? Yeah, the My Dream Died video.
Goal that unites all of my content as a science communicator. Sabina's antics in this regard are not limited to YouTube.
Einstein mailed his clothes back to his wife to wash.
He has written several articles for The Guardian, and they reek of the same attitude we've highlighted so far. Yet in this case, we see her slipping into legitimate dishonesty and abject falsehood. Here she is complaining about the status of particle physics. A delightful analogy is offered about zoologists inventing new animals out of thin air. And isn't that exactly what particle physicists do?
Vamps is working on an anti-flat earth thumbnail for me right now.
They invent exotic new particles with zero basis and then demand that we look for them. Except this...
It's kind of like a new... do you remember, like, or not remember, but like... Or you know how YouTube, early YouTube, there was like... there were New Earth creationists, people that thought, yeah, Jesus walked with the dinosaurs. And then there was a whole bunch of people that were like, their whole thing was to debunk them. And eventually it got to be that there was like, 20 people debunking New Earth creationism for every one person that was purporting it.
Isn't what they do at all.
It seems like that this is the new creationism.
They work within models to predict with firm empirical basis what particles ought to exist should the standard model be accurate. They are not random flights of fancy like worms with wings.
Worms with wings, hell yeah.
Always attempt to solve some problem in particle physics. Then they do particle accelerator experiments to confirm their existence. And they have confirmed the existence of numerous previously hypothetical particles this way, most famously the Higgs boson.
Flat Earth is Christian propaganda. This creator is AI. Wait, David is? Wait, what's he throwing on there that's AI? His cadence is AI? You think that this is definitely his voice, but are you Chatter? Are you saying that you think he cloned his voice? I mean that is definitely a thing that some people do. Almost killed myself getting into grad school for my advisor to be sitting across from me and ask if I want to make the fossil I'm studying into a pretty necklace my first month in grad school.
How can this be a waste of money when the approach has been successful multiple times? Furthermore, in describing this so-called particle zoo, she lists several particles that aren't a serious subject of research. They aren't even all separate individual particles, but rather broad classifications that are more or less
No makeup, men's clothes. Hey, you're a woman. You want everything to be jewelry, right?
well defined. The phrase particle zoo isn't even used correctly. It was coined in the 1960s due to the large number of new particles that were discovered, which at first seemed like a disordered mess, until particle physicists found the solution, the quark model of hadrons. Then everything fell into place, and we were left with a highly coherent model, which has since made many predictions that were vindicated by experiment. Sabina is abusing this term to baselessly mock particle physicists, which is particularly frustrating as she used to be a particle physicist. She goes on to mock the entire field, saying they don't believe in what they do and likening them to an army of typewriting monkeys, essentially just lying to get grant money. Not only is this ridiculous and offensive slander, it also reeks of the same vibe as all the pseudoscience.
Wait, so the AI thing that Chad is talking about is it his images that look like AI? What's the part that people are saying is AI?
It's associated with this field. Wal Thornhill and the Electric Universe bunch would never shut up about how physicists don't do physics. They just do math, and it's all a bunch of hocus pocus to keep the grant money coming in. This is, of course, just
The voice, yeah, I mean, he could have very well cloned his voice.
Trick their incompetent audience into thinking that their easy-to-understand bullshit is more relevant than actual math-based physics they can't comprehend. It even sounds a bit like James Tour, whining about all the funding that goes to origin of life research, even though it's a bunch of stupid fairy tale magic nonsense.
40 million euros was just designated to, in 10 years, figure out where life came from, and there's about 40 researchers that in Europe that are going to try to do this. It's really nonsense. We don't even know where to begin.
It also reeks of the same vibe as Eric Weinstein, with Sabina painting her...
No, Funkmaster, I actually kind of understand. Like, right, I had my own trouble with academia. I don't think that, like, I don't have anything to complain about the field for, but yeah, some of the people that were put in places of authority, I feel like kind of abused that shit for personal reasons, but
herself as a martyr and whistleblower on a corrupt system that she can only now comment on as she is firmly outside of academia, having escaped its tentacles. Again, Sabina is not like those people I listed, but when her arguments resemble arguments from those people, isn't that problematic? Science communicators should not be sounding...
Lizzie Rosa says, I feel like she's the opposite of Eric Weinstein. She's saying we need to do science more thoroughly. She's saying we need to do it less... and he's saying we need to do it less thoroughly and aligned with his intuition.
Like the science deniers, they are ideally there to neutralize. They should not be writing entire books like Lost in Math that practically could have been written by Wal Thornhill if he had a better understanding of physics. I won't dive into the details of this book, but any particle physicist I've come across that is aware of it speaks emphatically and with specificity to the dishonesty within. A modest knowledge of the history of science is all it takes to dispel this bogus attitude. Quantum mechanics was at first pure math. Now it is used in the production of every electronic device in the world. The same can be the case for any other area of physics. And we must remember that some developments elude experimental verification for decades because new technologies must first be developed in order for such experiments to occur. To find gravitational waves, physicists had to invent and build LIGO, and they eventually succeeded. Sometimes it's not even about technology. When Mendel established the field of genetics, for almost 100 years nobody could figure out the mechanism of heredity. It was just a bunch of numbers and statistical analysis. We needed advancements in chemistry and biology to figure out that DNA is the molecule of heredity and learn about what it does. And now our understanding of heredity is profound. Relativity was only math for a while.
Amlo Aluhe says, using your talents to discourage action is an L.
Lasers were developed after math predicted them. There are countless examples of this in the history of science. This is a bad article. Sabina is asserting herself as the premier authority of this field in order to negate its legitimacy, which is dishonest and crude. Whether or not it can be said that fewer predictions within particle physics are materializing per year than a few decades ago is irrelevant. Sabina does not word it that way. She instead haphazardly paints a picture of bumbling incompetence for the entire field, which is highly damaging. Now that we have examined a few examples of her rhetoric, I want to be perfectly clear about the nature of my criticism. It is singularly aimed at this one aspect of her output. Others have expressed other criticism, and I don't necessarily share it. There are those who take issue with her blunt tone. I do not. I also am blunt. I appreciate people who are blunt and tell it like it is. There are those who take issue with her speaking outside her area of expertise. I do not. I am a
he also does that a lot too.
Generalist, and I encourage other science communicators to dabble in generalism, offering their
But I mean, that's like the scope of his channel.
perspective on any scientific topic they please, so long as they do not misrepresent their level of expertise or confidently assert blatant falsehoods. I have seen Sabina comment on things like gender identity and climate change, and I too have commented on these issues, despite the fact that neither of us are experts on them. Although I did not watch those videos in depth, but rather only skimmed them, I did not immediately detect anything firmly unscientific or misleading in them. Others who work in those areas can absolutely disagree. Perhaps she got some nuance in.
So the other video that I had an issue with from Bosch, Destiny, and who else? Eigen Chris. Yeah, that's weird that he didn't have any problem with her trans video. That's pretty weird.
Incorrect, or even made significant errors. I myself got some nuance incorrect when commenting on gender identity, and others who are more knowledgeable on the topic informed me of this. Like,
ooh. God damn it. Why did you watch his video, not mine, Professor Dave? Sorry, I'm just like, fuck.
Like Vosh, who did a reaction to my first video, which I watched and used to slightly adjust.
Yeah, but don't respond to any trans people, right, Dave?
Some of my language, which is why my response to the idiot Matt Walsh was
It's not important to listen to trans people in your advocacy for trans people, is it? Is it? It's not important. No.
much more on
Listen,
point.
listen to fucking Vosh.
Perhaps Sabina has experienced
now I'm getting mad at him.
something similar. So I am
now I'm remembering my disagreements with Professor Dave.
Not criticizing the topics she chooses to communicate.
He agrees with transphobia. Well, look, he just, like, there was some stuff that he did not bother to research, actually. There's some stuff where Professor Dave, could have called Matt Walsh on, and he didn't because he just made the same common sense assumptions that Walsh was making.
Some take issue with the fact that she makes clickbait content. I am not even taking too much of an issue with that either.
He definitely does.
My flat earth content could arguably be described as clickbait. Do I really need to debunk flat earthers for the 15th time? Is that really imperative?
Oh my god, Vamps, I really want to make this video now.
Landscape? No, it isn't. I do it because people really enjoy those videos, and I know I'll get a lot of views and make some money. It's okay to make content that your audience enjoys watching, and it's okay to make content as a science communicator that isn't as urgently needed as other content. But once again, there is one huge difference. My flat earth content is not damaging to society. The way that Sabina uses clickbait is damaging to society.
Look, chat.
You trace this anti-establishment sentiment through Sabina's
What do you think?
It has gotten worse over time, and it appears to me that it is a reaction to the engagement she received.
I need to do this video.
As we showed earlier, every single video that blatantly disparages academia in either the title or the thumbnail gets many, many more views than her other content, sometimes by an order of magnitude.
That's Vamps' thumbnail.
Or more. This has caused Sabina to become more blatant and more frequent in the expression of these views, to continue maximizing views and engagement. Let me reiterate for a second time, wanting more views and to make money is not the problem. I also like views, and I also like money.
I like money, though.
But if you are sacrificing your integrity and poisoning society to achieve those views...
Wait, Raptor Earth? What the fuck is Raptor Earth?
Is it really worth it? Are you any longer a trusted voice in science communication? And make no mistake, I am not being overly dramatic. This attitude is very damaging. As I have stated many times before, the public has no ability to compartmentalize science. When laypeople hear rhetoric about shifty string theorists and cosmologists, it does not damage their view of those researchers alone. It damages their view of scientists and the scientific process in general. They conclude that scientists are lying about physics, which means they're lying about vaccines, and they're lying about the climate, and absolutely everything else, because science is all one thing to them. When you plant a seed of anti-establishment bias in a person, it will inevitably rear its ugly head in the form of rejecting scientific consensus on any other matter imaginable, and in ways that produce quantifiable harm or even elevated death tolls, given situations like a pandemic or other events that pose an existential threat to humanity.
And here's where I do have some sympathy for his argument, that there is an epistemological crisis that is harmful on so many levels, right? And you can trace it back to like a million different things. Like, I mean, think about the pushback against climate change, right? What do these scientists really know? What if they're all paid? What if there's a bunch of scientists that think that there's no climate change and they're being suppressed?
I mean, for the love of Christ, I don't trust scientists? Are you serious with this shit? This is an insane title for a video made by a scientist.
As much as you should not take anyone's word for it, including, scientists, this kind of emotional pushback against knowledge that we don't want to hear, like climate change, like COVID.
Communicator. It sounds like something Alex
immensely harmful
Jones would say. Make
She's
no
memeing too close to the sun.
mistake, the majority of people do not engage with this content in any meaningful way. So even if the video itself is more nuanced, they are
That one's clickbait, says Funkmaster.
by the blunt force trauma of that title and come away with the impression that even a scientist is admitting that scientists can't be trusted. So they are justified in denying literally
I mean, it's a little bit like a headline, right? So like headlines for newspapers, not super relevant. The world's kind of moves past that, but I mean, obviously we have like the digital equivalent thereof. And the headline's supposed to pull in an audience. And sometimes you can pull in an audience with a headline that doesn't necessarily reflect the article that lies just beneath it. And unfortunately, there are people out there that will just read the headline. They will just see the headline and they're like, oh, I guess, scientists are untrustworthy. It just, never watch the video, never interact with I mean, I can see how it could be harmful.
Any science they please. This is incredibly damaging. This is not whistleblowing.
He's being a shitty scientist and not presenting evidence for his claims.
Bad, unethical clickbait. I don't really think that Sabina set out to do this. I think that she set out to be a trustworthy, straight-shooting science communicator, and she still can be. But this mixture of constantly venting her own frustrations regarding her professional history, along with the apparent audience capture, driving her to further and further reinforce this bizarre attitude, is an enormous stain on her reputation. As she stands currently, she cannot be considered a leading voice in science communication strictly because of this behavior. There are no explanations on her channel, no riveting demonstrations, no tantalizing science popularization that can possibly outweigh the damage that she does with these kinds of videos. In this specific regard, and this regard only, she is similar to a figure like Eric Weinstein.
So yeah, his comparison of Sabine to Weinstein is fairly circumspect. I don't get the feeling that he's even making the argument that they are serving a similar political function, although like I said, like the overall epistemological crisis is
The difference is that Eric is a grifter to his core.
does tend to, be very helpful to the right.
He will never
DIY YouTube scientists are doing more for science than any string physicist.
change. I think Sabina is an intelligent
I feel like Dave is kind of agnostic on the whole string theory thing.
person with good intentions, whose efficacy as a science communicator is in no way determined by her history.
Lizzie says she's never been considered a leading voice. She's just a voice. Why is she being held to a standard like the president of national science?
As an academic, she simply fell prey to the wrong kind of influence from a portion of her audience. I think she can turn things around, drop this unprofessional behavior that represents only a fraction of her output, and redirect back to a course of exclusively respectable science communication. Will she do it? I have no idea. Will she see this video? I have to imagine probably. Will she care or respond? Again, no idea. But if she does see it, I hope that she will not take offense, as none is intended, and I hope that she will take to heart what I have said. We need effective science communication.
He glossed over string theory. You mean he didn't take a stand on it, kind of?
Now more than ever, and it would be a shame to lose one as solid as Sabina down the anti-establishment rabbit hole into demagoguery for clicks and cash. So that's it for my thoughts on Sabina Hassenfelder. A bit of a departure from my other content in this format, but I hope you can now see my perspective and why I felt all of this needed to be said.
Oh, that's the Simpsons art people were talking about.
Free to let me know what you thought in the comments. I'll see you next time.
All right, that's Professor Dave. That's Professor Dave, and I'm gonna have to do more research into this, to be completely honest. Right? There's more to this drama than I thought. There's actually, there's a lot of substance to this. People have made compelling arguments both against Professor Dave and against Sabine in here, and in apologia to either of them as well. I've got a lot to think about, but it is too late for me to really, come have a meaningful take, one way or the other. So. She seems to be self-motivated and a bit careless of her messaging. Eric Weinstein is something else entirely. I think he's a reactionary, but I won't leave it in his comments. You go to people for help, say you have issues, and people like him call you unprofessional and tell you to keep your mouth shut, and then nothing changes. Play something, my alarm bells are ringing. I don't know anything about him, but I don't like his vibes. Yeah, I mean, I've had issues with a video, at least one video of his, and it wasn't that I disagreed with him. I just felt like he just ham-fisted way that he went, about supporting trans rights. I think might have been more harmful than helpful in going after Matt Walsh, who obviously deserves to be going after. St. Vitus says, I used to follow Dave. He's very skeptical. He's a skeptic about string theory. He's more of a let's keep working with quantum electrodynamics type guy. The risk of sounding like a centrist, both make interesting points, but I'm not impressed with either. I do see problems with both. His vibes are fucked, and his dick riding of academic meritocracy was discussing. Meritocracy is not real, especially in academia. It's based off money and connections. He's got everyone who disagrees with me as a grifter vibe. Comparing her to Weinstein is wild. Like, you could say she's sloppy. That's valid criticism. But saying she's a grifter is wild, and he didn't back those claims up. Well, I wasn't sure exactly, to what scope his comparison between her and Weinstein was. Like, he did make, towards the end, he did try to kind of make his comparison more circumspect, but yeah, if you say he didn't do a good job of defining that, I'd agree with you. Professor Dave did list all the ways he thinks she's not like Eric Weinstein. Go straight to calling her a grifter. my god, chat. At the risk of repeating myself, I would like to thank all of my Patreons because I couldn't do this without you, and I appreciate the support that you give me every month at whatever level you give it. Everybody that is a Patreon of mine, you get the videos before they come out. You get them unredacted and uncensored. And everybody at the $5 level or greater, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noib. Shouts out to Magoggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and Omega Star. And you can support me on Patreon as well. It's nocommentchick at Patreon if you want to check us out over there. You also get into the Weasel Cord, which I will be expanding to more than just Patreon and the members and subs pretty soon. What else do I need to do? We're gonna raid into Ceasefire Now once again. TV/no. So there is the that is my Twitch. If you want to come over there and join us in the raid, let me pin that. There we go with the pin. And yeah, chat, I usually try to raid oh shit, we're already raided. We already raided. Oh my god, I'm late. Anyway, chat, much love. I gotta get to sleep. I stayed up a little bit later than I wanted to, and I gotta get back at a good sleep schedule. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, mods. Thank you to all my supporters out there. I appreciate you, and look forward to making awesome videos for you from Thailand. Knock on wood. Let's hope this works out. All right. Good night, and get some sleep.